Right. Yeah, it's a bit low. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Imperial Hotel for the 2017 World Masters. The matches are going to be played in this room and also in the Washington suite, which if you've not been here before, it's past reception. So the Washington suite is past reception and it's down the corridor on the left hand side. But we will call both players up to the top table for the matches that are down in the Washington. So don't just go straight to the table, come to the top table and we'll give you your card. Right, as I say, the presentation is still taking place in the other room for the juniors, seniors, under-23s and wheelchair competitors. So anybody who's involved in that, we're not going to call out. So if you're waiting for one of those players, we will call them out as soon as possible. We'll call the 14 matches in here first. You collect your scorecard, you lag for break and alternate all the way through. Best of 13 frames. If you need a referee, there's a walkabout referee in each of the rooms. They'll give you a decision, and if you're not happy with that decision, you can ask for the senior referee, and his decision will be final. That's either John Hope, who's to my left now, or if John's not available, it'll be myself or Mike Perkins. So I'll call out the matches for in here. So table 1, Joe Parker, Dave Linton from Australia. Table 2, Richard King, Charles-Yves Lepavec from France. Table 3, Frank Costello, Chris Perkey. Table 4, Ray Caruana from Malta, Alex Fergan. Table 5, Ross Dunn from Wales, Tim Ripke. Table 6, Alan Scott from Aberdeen versus Clayton Attard, Malta. Table 7, Nigel Clarke, Lee Kendall. Table 8, Darren Matthews, Scotland, Dave Green. Table 9, Andy O'Hara, John Siswin. Table 10, David Gonzalez from France, Jonathan Coleman. Table 11, Paul Ringe versus Jason O'Kane. Table 12, Matt Brearley, Sean Eyre. Table 13, Barry Kelly from Scotland, Aaron Davis. Table 14, Stephen Ramsden, Gary Southern. And could I have Glenn Carr top table, please? Glenn Carr. And also Surinder Singh in the seniors. Just be aware in terms of coaching, the first and final warning from the World Championships is still in effect. So there's no first and final for this event separately. That's already been given at the start of this week.
Right, just settling into the commentary box. Evening, everybody. Welcome to what is the first round of this year's 2017 World Masters. We have a match coming up now between Nigel Clarke and even Captain Lee Kendall. And with me, I'm Keith Walls, Northern Ireland captain, and with me we have Phil Conley, Northern Ireland seniors captain.
Hello,
and John
everybody.
McAllister, also from the Northern Ireland team. Evening, both of you.
Evening, folks.
Evening.
We're looking forward to what is sure to be a great game between two experienced players, and I think it's fair to say WEPF legend Lee Kendall and former world finalist Nigel Clarke, who was world finalist I think in 2015. Balls have broken well here. Yellows look as if they all go. I would have to say I fancy him to take the clearance out from here.
Yeah, I think this is going to be quite open. I think with the way Nigel plays, he likes to go out and attack. Lee's certainly one of the best around when it comes to the tactical side and the safety end, so you're going to see probably both ends of the spectrum here. And as John said, Nigel was, I think, 2015 world finalist. He lost to Mick Hill, who's back in the semis again this year and playing very, very well indeed.
Mick had a fantastic win there in the quarter-finals. Keith, who was that against just offhand? I know you know the fella better than I do.
Yeah, Eddie Barker. Eddie plays in our area, and Mick, well, he kept a sort of one frame in front of Eddie for most of the game, and then just from sort of 5-4 up, he just put his foot down. And
To be honest, I think that 10th frame was actually really crucial in that match. Eddie tried to hang a yellow, and it stopped, and then just seemed to fall of its own accord, and left him no shot, and he never really came back from that at all.
Both players. Sorry, Keith.
No, go on. I was going to say, I certainly don't think Eddie was too in love with the table he was playing on. That's for sure.
No, there seemed to be both players, including Mick, suggested that maybe the table was a little slower than they were expecting, and then there was a couple of suggestions that it maybe wasn't just running as well as they would have liked during the match. But it was still a very high quality match, and Mick Hill, as we said our previous time in the booth, that he would be extremely difficult to beat, and himself and Tom Cousins, who were, I think, both your picks, gentlemen, are still going strong.
Yes, I don't think I was sticking my neck out to beat Tom Cousins, to be honest. But he's not dropped many frames. I think he's only dropped 8 frames in 4 matches so far, so looking very impressive. I
mean, Tom's record is just absolutely insane at this level for the 4 rounds he's played. I think he's had an 8-1, an 8-1, and 2 8-3s, and to lose 8 frames out of 40, when half of them people are breaking against you as well, it's just a crazy standard.
That's a great shot there. He looks as if he's guaranteed to take this one now. Just a simple drop into the left corner pocket here as we see it, and a nice black to the middle, and he'll find himself 1-0 up here.
So you're waiting for your opponents to down the other end. All the rest of the seniors masters, I won't call them yet either, while the presentation's still going on. And is Mike King in the room? All right, Mike, thanks. Just making sure you're here. Next game on.
Yeah, there we go. Nigel Clarke takes the first frame with a very composed and assured finish. I would say Lee Kendall knows that he's got his hands full, extremely experienced competitor himself. I would say he's fully aware that Nigel Clarke will be a very difficult opponent throughout this match.
Yeah, I think when the balls open up for you like that in the first frame, it's very important to make sure you take them out and get an early frame on the board.
You're certainly going to wonder how Lee's going to be feeling in this match, because we watched some of his last night. He lost in the quarter-final of the men's singles, where he had a 7-2 lead, and then eventually he lost 8-7 to Neil Davey, so it was quite a shock. He's certainly going to want to put a decent run into the Masters after that.
And a player like Lee Kendall is somebody will have a high level of self-expectation, because he has been and still is a quality player, and I'm sure he is looking at the tournament and wanting to go deep in at least one of the 2 into the individuals, and obviously as well continue with England's impressive form in the team event.
I think we see Lee hit back with his yellows here. They seem to have split, I'd say, certainly adequately at least. But there doesn't seem to be any major problems looking around the table.
What way would you go about this one, Phil, to start?
Depends how thin that one is into the middle.
Stephen Mack, please, table 13.
You might just have to take the one in
The one just in the centre near the black spot?
Near the black spot first, yeah.
I'd imagine that's his opener, and it is.
And then I would imagine he'd probably mop up these two on the bottom rail next.
Take them out in stages and then just come up the table. I think he'd probably take this one nearest the red first.
He will, yeah.
Because the other one gives him a bit better of an angle to go up the table, and then the clearance becomes more than makeable for a player of Lee's standard.
He's just seeing what angle he wants to leave himself there, that's all.
Yes, and he's played that. He's maybe getting into that a little bit too much, but it's still okay.
Right, Stephen Mack is now on the clock, losing a frame every 10 minutes.
I'll probably go up for the one furthest up the table off this now, I think.
Just while we're waiting for the finish, I just want to say a massive well done to Frank Fray and the Ireland under-23s, who have been crowned world champions since we were last in the commentary booth, gents. I think it's fair to say that as a team they lost their first 3 games, and to come back and make it through the group and eventually be world champions from 4-1 down in the final was a quite incredible achievement, and I know how much Frank gives to the game in Ireland, so well done, Frank.
Next match on 13, Rich Wharton, Mike King. Rich Wharton, Mike King, table 13.
He's just looking at the one up the top here and wondering if he can hold. Wonder if he's just going to take the one to the top, try and hold, or whether he'll take the one to the middle here.
Not really sure that's where he intended to leave the white. I don't think John Berger would have drawn his circle there.
No, definitely not, Phil. I think he's run out of position a little. I wonder, will he use the red as a stopper or come off the top cushion? He's looking, he definitely doesn't like it.
He's looking at using the red at the moment.
He's
because he'll want to leave an angle to run down off the one into the middle to take the yellow into the opposite diagonal corner from where the black is.
Yeah. Yeah, he's used the red as a stopper, as we said, and now he's looking to roll through.
I think he's got just enough angle as well.
This yellow doesn't go left middle, does it? He's going to end up running a bit down towards the... Yeah,
he's just going to take this one now and stun in. That's a better shot, in fact.
He was too straight on the other one.
Still not keen on it.
This is good. It's good seeing the England captain looking like us down a pub on a Thursday, not knowing which one to hit first.
Sometimes I feel that it's better when you only have one option, because then you can fully commit. It's a great angle here. We can see this shot. Oh, he's just skewed across that a little bit.
See, I think that all came from that yellow on the bottom cushion where he just didn't get high enough off it.
Yeah, and I mean,
I think his mapping was, as you said, Phil, he was definitely looking to land high, drop through and take the red, or take the yellow into the opposite diagonal, the top left-hand corner as we see it, and roll the black into the bottom right. But he's landed badly and he's had to change his shot. And it's strange to see Lee Kendall look at a straight pot that you'd fancy a player of his calibre to make, and he never looked as if he was completely happy with that shot.
No, I think he was looking actually to try and get back high on the last yellow as well, so he could slide past that red onto the black cushion, you know. And I think that probably made him force the shot a little bit more than he wanted to. Well, that's a wide.
I was going to say just before he'd hit it that it was a big shot in the context of the finish. I fancied him if he had got that. I fancied him to take the finish out from there, especially the way he took the opening frame. But now this has given Lee a second bite at the cherry.
Still pretty jittery, isn't he?
He doesn't look totally comfortable, Keith. No.
Nope. He's up again, he's down, he's up, he's down.
I think it's strange when players are, I wouldn't say in the twilight of their career, I wouldn't say
Careful
that,
now,
but
careful.
But with a wee bit more.
You didn't say it, did you?
No, I didn't.
Just checking, just checking.
But with a little bit more age, when they're not at their physical prime, I think you see more mistakes. And I think the older we get, if you look at what I mean to say,
That
is
explains my game.
if you look at the juniors, Phil, the juniors play this really fearless brand of pool, and I think as we get older, we tend to think about the mistakes more. Is kind of what I'm getting at there.
Yeah, and make them.
I made them then too, unfortunately.
I was reading the program before we came out that it's 25 years of having the World Championships, and Lee's been in them since the very first one. I think they put down for 1993, and he's been England captain since 1999. So it's a pretty formidable playing record.
As I said, when I was growing up watching players, Lee Kendall was one of the players that I would have admired, along with, you look at that time, there was Quentin Hann, there was Ronan McCarthy, there was Rob Chilton, there was loads of great players in the top 16 of the professionals, and even more importantly, there was a lot of characters in the game.
That is desperately unlucky. He's put in such a great break there, and then the whites come down. I think it kicked the black in the middle pocket, and he's had to have a re-rack. But that was looking very, very nice for him to step in and try and get that to 2-1.
Yeah, that usually only happens to my opponents when they break dry.
Now this is what happens, though, isn't it? Now you've had a great break, and the black goes in. You step up and you go dry or going off.
There's a good chance that won't happen, folks, if you're watching at home, because Keith Walls has tipped it. So there's a 90% chance that he's going to scatter these, and 4 or 5 are going to go in.
Nigel will be pleased to hear
4
that.
yellows and 2 reds. Straight in.
Let's just see if
Nigel's approached the table more
left on the
menace.
table.
Any predictions,
Look,
folks?
Nigel's approached the more menace now. Somebody told him. I've just said he's going to cut dry going off.
And here we go.
I told you.
And it's dry.
And
it's dry. There we go.
Yes, that's why we're here, boys. That's why I'm in here.
What, to
So
scold other players?
Yeah, just to curse other players. But there you go.
As you say, it's amazing the number of times where you hit this special break, black drops in, you rack them up again, and you can't get one.
And the black didn't even move this time. It just stayed absolutely frozen.
What do you think here, Phil?
Well, you'd want the reds, but it's not got an easy start. I don't think he can quite get through to the one he seems to be straight on into the corner.
It'd be nice to have another look at that one. I think he might be able to get that.
He might,
But he isn't. No, he must be tight, because...
Is he planting the yellow? Is he doubling the red? He's doubling the red.
I think he's maybe doubling the red here.
Yeah, because you've got to want reds here.
Absolutely.
No.
Oh, we're both wrong. He's taking the yellows
Consistently
here.
wrong there.
Because we called 2 shots and neither of them was the right one.
Should have called 3 or 4.
They call that a saver back home.
Yeah, we didn't save it though.
That was quite surprising. I didn't think he would have gone yellows, because I couldn't see an out of him
getting. It's not a
getting.
great result when you've got that one.
No, and I can't see how he was Yeah, he would have known. He would have had a plan, I'm sure. But I just can't see it there. What the plan would have been to move the yellow on the right hand side cushion,
Exactly.
whereas the reds looked a bit easier.
Exactly.
Yeah, the red above the yellow would go into the middle.
So you say maybe we weren't wrong and he was? Is
Well,
that what you're saying?
I'm we're only 2 frames in, so we can't.
be.
I've only had 2 pints, so I can't start querying my skills of lovely Kendall just yet.
I would be extremely reluctant to suggest that my skills were
Dear.
better than Mr. Kendall's, but I do think, as you say, Keith, that if you look on the right hand side of the table, the 3 reds surrounding the yellow, you can't help but feel he has to be pinpoint to get this out. He might try soon to bring it out. He's just tried to cover the pocket and take control of the frame. That's a good shot.
I have to think that was his plan B. I have to think plan A just didn't work there that time. We still don't know what it was.
I always find it interesting watching the top players because we have a tendency, I feel at times, to maybe not go for a game when a difficult finish is on, and we would say, oh, if that was, Mick Hill or Lee Kendall or any of the top players, they would have went for that. But it's amazing the number of times when they do actually just go, look, that's not on. I'll put one over the pocket here and let you go first.
Well, I think that's the big secret, isn't it? It's making that decision. I've always said, it's not always how you play under pressure, it's how you think under pressure.
I would completely agree with that, Phil, yeah. And he's opened up the black there, and the reds are looking reasonably good.
Yeah, I think that was deliberate. I think he likes where that yellow is, and he's prepared to open it all up.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Phil. Interesting to see what shot he chooses here, Keith.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how. Well, I guess he's going to just take this pocket, isn't he? He's took the left one. He's going to probably take the right one.
Yeah, he has.
Not quite, I don't think.
He hasn't. I think he might have given him a chance here. He puts red into the right middle and he can smack something in behind this yellow. Take the one in the right middle, run it across a couple of foot towards the right hand side and see if he can get one of these reds in around the back of the yellow.
Yeah, you can see there that might just slide in past off the knuckle. He might be able to clear that pocket, and if he does and comes, maybe follows through a few inches there, he could have the finish on from here. I like that one.
I think he tried it. I think he tried to go off the jaw first and back into the yellow, just shift the yellow out a little bit to give him a bit more space. But I think he's committed to trying to take this out, isn't he?
And we're joined over our shoulder by the Belgium legend David Verry. Yeah. He's watching. Good evening, big man. We mightn't be that lucky.
So this could be the key shot now. I mean, even if he can't, he's going to take the middle of. He'd
like to find a route through to the red on the side rails, but that's behind the yellow, to try and squeeze it into that corner and open things up. I think if you can try and find that, but then if he tried to find it there, he might have another go here.
If he gets that white ball somewhere down where his hand is.
Yeah, he's found it. That's what he wanted.
Yeah. Has he got it, or has he cut himself off both reds?
Has he quite gone far enough?
I'm not sure he has. We get great camera angle off Nigel here, so maybe we'll be able to tell from his expression what a lot of the time you can kind of pick up from the player exactly where he is.
I'm not sure Nigel Clarke has an expression.
It's better than mine. It tends to be dazed and confused.
No, he didn't go far.
No, I felt he needed a little bit of right maybe to come down there, but I don't know. I sort of thought, I called the shot differently from you two, because I thought maybe he might have just played it safe and tried to land on the middle one to open them up, but landing on the one on the right hand side was the better shot, but it was more difficult to get on, and he hasn't got on it.
was a precise positional shot, but I've found watching some of these top guys that they more often than not do find that precise position they wanted. He just dropped short on this one this time though.
I think this is all he's got, and he's got to plant one red on the other and just see if it plops in or moves the yellow.
I don't like it, but he's played it very well.
That's a lovely shot.
He's been a bit unlucky, because if he'd have dropped, he had the angle then to move the dodgy yellow. So
yes.
I think we may have been waxing lyrical had that one dropped in.
Yeah. I think he tried to knock the red in as well there.
Yeah, definitely. He played the deliberate foul. He tried to push the black on top of the left yellow by the left-hand pocket and then knock the red in and leave the white somewhere in the jaws, giving Nigel his 2 shots, but a heck of a difficult finish.
Plus he's playing up the table into traffic and away from the black, so definitely tried to kick that red in.
Now, I was going to say, is he looking at on the 2 of the left, on the 2 reds there? Is he looking at playing the double up the table, back down, smacking it off the yellow over the bottom pocket, and pulling the black out?
We're on a 30-second delay here.
No, he has played the double. He played it. Great call, Keith.
Did that come off a funny angle? Just seemed to go somewhere towards the left.
Okay, what now, gents?
Well, if it was me, I'd probably miss the red in the top left and Lee would clear up. If it was anything like my frame with him this morning in the England game.
You definitely gave him a free one this morning, Keith.
Yeah.
I thought it was like Germany in the Eurovision.
He'll laugh when he finds out I'm doing this after the ball I missed against him.
Can he use the one to the middle to get... Oh, he's missed that.
He's definitely played the Keith Walsh shot.
There you go, I was right. See, I called it right again. I'd missed the one to the left, and then Lee's going to step in and clear up.
That's what you get when you've got experience in the commentary booth.
These aren't easy. Either are all the same. I would be tempted to tie the top pocket up, but the only other challenging ball he has is the ball in beside the red. It's covered by the ball to the middle and to the ball to the bottom, Phil.
Yeah, that's the ball we mentioned at the start of the frame, and it's still the one causing him problems.
He's certainly taking his time and making sure, because this is a challenging situation he's found himself in. As I say, from an amateur player's point of view, the temptation would be for me to either cover, if the bottom pocket wasn't covered, to cover the bottom pocket properly, or to cover the top pocket there where the red is. Be interesting to see what his choice is.
I'm not sure he knows himself again. Go on then, let's pick one. I'm going to say he's going to roll the yellow over the bottom left and try and tie up the black a bit more.
Agreed.
Yeah, he doesn't like the gap. There is a gap, and he doesn't like the idea of his yellow being squeezed out of there and opening the black up.
Because I think the way Nigel's red is over the middle pocket, he could play that down into that corner.
That's the shot he's played.
Yeah.
And as I said to you, Keith, if there was a gap, there was a good chance he was going to do that. So, happy enough with that shot. Now, Nigel has got 2 tricky balls of black, obviously, is the main one. I keep looking at the one to the middle, and you keep getting a suspicion that if he could come out here, if he could find a way to get himself on the one over the middle of his last ball, he would have a chance of dislodging this black, because it's not too close to the yellows that he couldn't get it out, but he would have to hit it at a fair rate. Interesting to see what he does here.
Yeah, he's got another shot here, possibly DF the yellows and kiss the black over to where his red's covering the pocket. It's a big risk though. Or is he just going to drop it in?
Is he going to play this with a trace to pump the yellow across a little bit?
Yes, he's going to push the yellow across instead.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
Yeah, it was It's going to be black or yellow, wasn't it? He's cleared the pocket and given him another bad ball.
It's a clever shot. Again, he's left Lee Kendall with plenty to think about here, and he's done that 2 or 3 times. And there's definitely a good level of respect between these two players. You can see it by the way they're addressing the table and addressing the style of game each time. Neither of them are prepared to push the boat out. Maybe if they were against other opponents, they might try to do that.
You can see Lee doubling this. That yellow he's just pushed over him. I think he's going to double his back across and try and play it underneath the black in towards the pocket. He's got the 2 shots, hasn't he? So if he does push it across and he gets a nice flick off the black, and even if the yellow drops in, I mean, he has got a chance of playing that and trying to move the bad yellow from the right hand side. Because he is running out of options. You know, he's not going to be able to snooker Nigel. He's not got the black covered anymore. So if he does make a mistake here, Nigel's going to come in.
Yes, I actually think that's a result, because I think he was trying to just glance that past and try and cover the pocket again. But again, as you said, Keith, I think he was running out of options there. I'd be surprised now if he doesn't try to tie up this top left-hand pocket. I know that would be possibly the shot I would play there, but that certainly doesn't make it the right shot.
I'm not sure what his other options are here, really. It's obviously changed the dynamic with respect to the black, which is a stopper for now, because he couldn't possibly have liked where the balls were before that last shot. I think with the black tied up now, he was thinking of getting his bad yellow out, but I think he's going for your option now, John.
It seems the sensible option, and it seems that it delays things because he's covered the black. I think that's the only option he left himself. And also I think he's trying to work himself an option that he can get the yellow out, which is tied up by both reds, without leaving the stable door open, as they say. Nigel now looking at the table.
Well, he's got 2 options. Fishes out the red in bulk, or he tries to get this bottom left corner again.
I think he may try to take control at the bottom left corner, so that he's always leaving himself a chance to bring out the black. But as I say, there's no the ball to the middle still gives him plenty of options. He only has to land high, and you would fancy him to make the cannon. So possibly he might take the one out from the top first. Yes, and he's played to move the yellow as well. That's a clever shot. He's played it well.
That's a very good shot, isn't it? That's a very good shot. Like you say, John, he's put the red in a position where if he can pot the red in the top right, he's got the angle on the one to the left middle to come down and move the black. So that was really well worked out.
If I was playing on the finish and I happened to land on it, I would definitely be moving the 2 in the bottom half on the right hand side first, because I'd be looking to I would nearly play the one to the middle and still try to land high, that if I played the cannon and it didn't quite work out, I still had the ball over the top rail, or maybe even land on the one to the middle first. But I'd be looking at to play it in the first 2 shots. Be interesting to see what Kenny does here.
Yeah, you definitely look to play those sort of cannons while you've got a ball over a pocket that you know you can have a shot at.
He's taking a good look here. He definitely knows that this isn't straightforward.
So is he going to just take this pocket here?
I think so. Well,
because he's eyeing it up as if he's got... See, I wondered if he was going to sort of try and play this and screw across to the bad one, and he's overrun it.
I don't think there's any value in that, because he's very straight on it, I think. From this angle, it'd be great to see it from another angle.
But you'd think if the plan was that he was always going to roll that yellow over that corner, he'd have already... You know, he's had a look round a couple of times, he's gone up again and down. If that was the plan originally, I'm surprised he hadn't already got down and played it.
Well, he looks like he's hitting the centre of the white, so I can't imagine that's a shot. And no, he's played your shot, Keith. He's tried to cover and tie the black up.
Yeah, he didn't want to open things up there.
I think as well he's recognised the ball to the middle, as we've said earlier. is available, and he only has to land high and the cannon is on, so he's tried to push 2 yellows over there to make the cannon that bit more challenging, so he can't get it out. Now Nigel's going to have to trust in the lap of the gods when he plays the cannon, whereas if he hits the black full in the face, there's a good chance the black's coming out.
That's right.
So that's a clever shot.
He was going to play that cannon the first opportunity he got from there, I think. And,
I think this
as you say, that door's closed now.
The only thing is, if he has left him red to middle, which I don't think he has, but if he had left him that, he could get rid of that first. But clutching at straws there.
It's been a funny little frame so far, isn't it? So they keep coming to the table with seemingly little idea about how they're going to go about sorting these balls out. Yeah, he's not going to try. Is he going to go up and down here and have a crack at it? He is.
He is.
And he's played it well, and he's had a little bit of rub too. That's lovely.
Nigel Clarke. I don't even think that was worth putting the hand up to apologise. That was a cracking shot. All right, he's got the split, but I mean, he has played to clobber it, and he's got it.
I think if you travel 9 foot in the bays and you land and you manage to hit the cannon in between 2 balls, you deserve a little bit of rub, and he's played that well.
He's not to be underestimated, Mr. Clarke. He is very, very good.
At the end of the day, you don't get to a world final unless you're a top player, and he's done that in 2015.
And now he's just got to pick his way around, getting to the red to the right middle. Yeah, that red is very much in the jaws of the pocket down here, isn't it?
Yeah, that makes the cannon so much harder, which is why he's going.
Yeah, he's going to take the one to the middle
first. He's
first.
going to try and drop it in. He's gone for the cross double.
I think that's a wrong choice of shot there. I don't think he's made a good call there. Although I think he's also looked at the table and realised that 3 balls are in the. Well, if you look at it as a cut the cloth into quarters, he's in the bottom right hand side of the table. They're all surrounded by reds, but you know yourself, it only takes 1 good shot, and if he lands on a ball, that finish is makeable, but it's very difficult. I would say that's why he's chosen the cross double. It's a bit of an insurance bluff.
Yeah, I don't think it was a bad shot, because he, like you say, he's not leaving Lee anything easy by taking the cross double. If that had popped in, you know, he's got a chance of the finish, but he wasn't going to leave Lee, you know, a simple yellow. The one in the bottom left isn't easy. You know, it's a good few inches up from the pocket. It's on the cushion. He's queuing now across from the top side of the table, and he's, other than potting it and trying to come around the back of the black, he doesn't have a safety shot that I can see.
The only thing I would say is, Keith, I fancied him to make the clean pot to the middle.
Phil's going to ruin me now and pick out a good safety shot.
Well, he's looking at cutting the yellow across and kicking one out, I think.
I think he's looking to play the cut to cannon both balls out.
Maybe
I could be way off the mark here, but I think that's what he might be trying to do. It's just a big shot, which also suggests, Mr. Walls, that you were correct, and it was a very good shot, because he's now having to play what you would call a low percentage shot here to try and make the finish makeable. And I don't fancy him for it.
Well, we've seen him. He's hit a couple of iffy ones so far in the first 2 frames. He's queuing. He's queuing a bit to the side of the ball, but.
And he's got one and he's got the other, but it hasn't. Just a wee bit more conviction, and that might have come out slightly further and made the finish.
He didn't get a reward.
Very easy, but it was a great pot.
Well, it's a tight one, just dropping it into the middle from there.
And that's, as you say, had he gone for the finish full-blooded, this chance wouldn't have materialised. So that's where we come up to question which shot was indeed the right shot at that point.
George Howard's just given us our pay packet for the commentary, which was 1 barbecue beef hula hoop each.
1 barbecue
just
beef
one.
It was very nice of
I didn't want to ask for a second.
Other crisps are available.
At least it wasn't one between us.
Is he playing a cross double here? Doubtful.
He didn't lick these before he gave them to us, did he?
I hope not.
There's a
He
cross
has
double.
played the cross double, and it's looking legs. No, not enough legs. It's dropped just short. That was a great effort. That was a great effort by Kenny there, and a very, very clever shot. Just didn't come off for him. Not enough legs.
Joe, we were talking about the table earlier in Eddie's game, and the one thing everybody says coming off these is how much slower they are than the tables further down the arena. I'm sure that sort of, when he hit that, it looked like it was going to go in, and it's just pulled up a bit.
I do think they are slower, having played on them myself, but when you hear the, as I say, the experience in top quarterfinalists of World Championships, you know that they simply are, because players have the touch and feel, and they know more than we ever would, Phil.
Yeah, I'm back now after finishing my hula hoops, so I would agree with you there.
You got to fancy him to make these here and take a 2-1 lead. That frame was a really enjoyable frame, a good tactical battle, and a couple of big shots at attempted clearances, but Nigel's done well to take it if he puts the black here.
We got a message from Cathal Matthews who says, John McAllister, I need the key for the hotel room.
That happens in the commentary booth. Cathal, if you're listening, could you come in and get it, please?
Well, he won't be listening because he can't get in the room.
Well,
to get
send him a message and tell him that I said get the beer on ice for after this match. Don't start to 1:30 tomorrow. Team event doesn't continue to Monday.
Dave Verry's sitting with us here from Belgium, and he just made the point that the two TV tables, they're playing them under sort of different lights, slightly different conditions. And you certainly notice how much darker the table looks. You know, the TV tables look a little bit more dark than the others because of the lighting and the heat that's coming off the lights. So maybe that's making it a little bit slower than the others. Nigel Clarke's looking good. He could go straight out for his night out from here.
Yeah, that shirt's definitely. That looks like a Tony Markham Tony Markham's finest. Yeah. Tony the Shirt Markham, Irish senior player, comes in every tournament wearing a brand new custom, as he likes to tell me, Egyptian cotton shirt.
Yeah,
I don't know whether Cairo's cotton's better than Cargan's cotton, but there you go. And Nigel Clarke's rocking one that he looks like he's been into H&M before the old first round.
Tony Markham has got a bone-crushing handshake. Been threatening all week to introduce Gary Jordan to him, but he's been going, no.
There you go, folks. Now, isn't that lovely?
Speaking about the seniors, Phil, what about your prediction? Did you predict that Australia would go far in the senior team event? How are they getting on?
Well, I think they've been presented with a trophy already. Yes, they were my prediction on our last commentary stint during the week, and they did indeed come through. They beat Ireland in the final. Ireland came off a very exciting semi-final win over England last night, and maybe that took a bit out of them, but the Australians certainly finished the tournament very strongly and were deserved world champions.
Well, it was definitely a good prediction, because it wasn't certainly going for the favourites, but you haven't played in the seniors and played against all those sides, you obviously saw something in them. That's right. They were a very, very solid looking team, and a great bunch of guys, I'd like to add as well. I've got to feel that these are setting up lovely for Kenny. You kind of feel he's going to take this clearance out from here. I think a simple roll through, leave himself the one that's nearest the black spot to the corner, and away we go. Yeah, I think we're going to be looking at Desmond after this frame. I think we certainly are. Yeah, he's just taking that one. He must have been looking to play the one on the right hand side here, bottom right hand side of the table as we see it, nearest to black. I might have been tempted to roll through, but that's why I'm sitting here and he's out there. Not ideal on that red into the corner.
No, again, it's another one that's, you're right, it's just another one that's not quite rolled where he thought it was going to go, isn't it?
He's definitely played for the one in the bottom right there, and he hasn't landed right on it. Well, I'm surprised he didn't roll through and take the one to the middle then after. But obviously this was, he figured if he put it this and the one goes to the middle through the gap, then the finish is easier again. But he hasn't. I'd be surprised if there's not a bit of English on this one.
Talking of English, Ryan Craig sent in the message, John, and he says, is there any subtitles for that Cargan onion?
Thanks, Craigsy. Subtitles are available thanks to Beard. I'm sure they will ask me what I've said later and dub it in a proper accent.
Actually, you need to stay here because we got 3 of the Northern Ireland team here, and you're the only you're the only one who's got an accent.
It's the only reason you keep inviting me, Keith. Give you a bit of authenticity.
When the viewers find out that you're putting this on and you're from Yorkshire, they'll go mad.
Okay, so where has he found himself? Has he left himself that one to the middle, or is he going to have to play like a delicate flick in on the first yellow off this set, the yellow that's over the middle?
Do you know, I think that's another one he thought was going to run through another inch.
And hasn't.
And
I agree.
Didn't. He would have been a little bit further down.
Because I think, Keith, he's wanted to play the one in between the two first, then roll the one to the top, then roll the one to the middle, then bottom and black to middle, and the finish is dead easy. He hasn't rolled through the inch that he's wanted to, and now the finish is very difficult. Or not very difficult, but challenging.
He should be okay.
Yes.
No problem putting it in, but
he's played the flick, as I said to you, and that's all come from that. That's all come from his judgment of the speed of the table in the first few frames. He's landed 2 or 3 shots in this frame. He's 2 inches short, and it's just, I've done it myself this week. It turns an easy finish into a challenging finish, because each time you land 2 inches out, the next thing you know, you're a foot out. And it's interesting to see it can happen to the top players as well.
Dan from Beards ping me, he says they don't do subtitles.
Thanks, Dan. I really appreciate your support.
He's going to need more subtitles to get out of this, I think, at the moment, isn't he? He's not playing particularly well. I mean, he could pop the one to the left middle and come back across and try and leave an angle on the top right, which is what he's looking at now.
I think he's going to maybe play the one to the middle here and try and play the disturbance as his next shot. I think you'll see him roll through here and off the cushion and leave himself an angle to play the disturbance, and that's exactly what he's tried to do here, and that's short again. I think he would have liked to have been a little bit further across than that, personally. I'd like to see it again, but yeah, I think he would have liked to have been maybe a little bit further. Maybe that's okay, all the same. But
well, he can't come off the top. I don't think he can come off the top rail because the red.
No, I think he's going to have to go direct.
He's going straight into this.
So what do you reckon, Phil? If he screws off this, is he going to hit the red rather than the yellow?
No, he can get into the yellow.
You reckon he get in the yellow?
Yeah. Just enough as well. That's absolutely perfect.
Genius. Well done, Phil.
As I say, that's exactly what we thought. He would go straight in, and he's played that well.
Thank God we brought Phil in here.
I think I called that one okay. Thanks, Wolsey.
I needed a second opinion, so Dr. Phil on the end.
That's a sign of how well I've played whenever the captain needs a second opinion this week. But yeah, we called that one right. Just done. He's just played off the top rail. That's a better shot again.
That's right.
And simple roll through now. And we're looking at 2-2.
This might settle him down a bit, mightn't it? Yeah, he could have made a mess of that one and ended up down 3-1. And with somebody like Nigel playing, you're going to be battling against it. But he's got out of it with 2-2, and he knows he's not played particularly well.
And you can see a little bit of confidence developing from him there as the shots have gone in. You just see him starting to get a little bit more of a rhythm. I thought he was a bit stop-start in the opening 3. I think we could end up with this one going the distance once again.
Yeah, we'll have another good game. The last one we did was a last frame decider. So yeah, well, if we're racking up. So if anybody's listening and you don't know what's going on, during this week we have the World Championships that go on from a Saturday onwards to today, where we're playing a lot of team events and a lot of singles, the under-23s, the juniors, the ladies, the wheelchair, the men's singles, and we also have all the team events. And then because we have countries here from around the world, they also play the World Masters. There's a seniors, masters, ladies, and the men's that you're looking at now. And all players in the competitions are allowed to enter, plus any other sort of budding amateurs or anybody who turns up. So you can turn up and pay an entry fee for this and enter it. So the Masters itself, I think, is then a bigger tournament in terms of numbers than the actual Worlds. And you're looking at, you know, anything between 200-300 entries that will all be played out now between Friday and Sunday. So the actual World Championships takes a break until Monday now, and between now and Monday we have the Masters, and all of these matches are run over at the beginning of best of 13 frames.
Well, Nigel's broken the balls here, Keith, and they've split up really nicely, and I think this is the big shot of the finish. If he gets this and he gets the right angle, I think we could see 3-2. Yes, he's played that now. He's looking. It'll be interesting to see, does he just try to dislodge this one, or will he even just... I think he might go in behind it, kick it out, but there's a little bit of...
He might just want to nudge it towards the middle pocket.
Yes. But I think it is challenging where the red is, because if he hits it and it doesn't quite leave it on, he might leave himself with no option on the other yellow, sorry. So it's going to be...
Or is he looking to go straight into the red to move it out of the way?
He is. Well, I don't like that shot as much, although it was definitely a lower level of risk. Big shout out to Daniel Gorman. Daniel has sent me a wee message. Good to see you're listening all the way back home in Belfast. Great player and one of the County Antrim All-Ireland winning side. Hopefully there's a few more of you tuned in, and if you want to send us any subtitled text messages that I can understand, I'm happy to answer any questions or have a bit of crack with Mr. Walls here, our fell.
Oh, I tell you, he does like a cross double when he's in a bit of bother, doesn't he?
But I do think that all came from the wrong choice of shot.
Yeah, well, he hit it full in the face, which wasn't ideal. But I don't know. I think if he'd have flicked either right or left side of the one that red when he hit it, he'd have been on something. Now he's in a bit of a world of hurt now, isn't he?
I mean, as I said, Keith, and it would be interesting to hear your thoughts, Phil. I know you called the shot right, but I felt that shot was, whilst it was lower risk, I felt there was less chance of landing just where you wanted to land. I felt it was going to leave you between the devil and the deep blue sea, and I know it's easy saying that after the shot, but was there any better options on there for you?
Well, at first I thought he was just going to nudge the yellow into a sort of more potable position, but then you could actually see him looking at the red and where he was going to push it. But then, as you say, you get the full ball contact and suddenly it doesn't look so good.
It's funny, I think you look at the rule sets, I think World Rules is a very precise rule set, because you have to get your cannons right. If you get them wrong and you have an off, obviously it's 2 shots, or if you get them wrong you end up nowhere. You have to be very precise when you're playing cannons, and I think positionally there's less margin for error, and I think we've seen there from Nigel. I genuinely don't think, whilst I think that was a higher percentage, I think there was less value in that shot for me.
Yeah, because you'd want to be reds now, wouldn't you? See, it's turned the frame from a clearance on yellows to advantage reds.
Yeah, I mean, Lee's just going to move into Fudge Con 1 now, isn't he? And just tie him up for the next 20 minutes until he gets his 2 shots.
And we all know Lee Kendall, this is Lee Kendall's backyard. When frames go this way, there's no better man in the English pool scene to tie this up, you know. I think if you were going to sub Lee Kendall out, I think the only man in the country you would sub him out for would be maybe Keith Brewer, who defeated you, Phil, in the first round of the Masters in a tight game.
He did. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, go on, Till. Tell us all about how you lost, Phil.
It's easy to refer to. It's easy to refer to as a multiple world champion as my bogey player, you know. But I did give him a bit of a run. I actually went 3-0 up. And there we go. That's nice of him to get that on the screen.
Oh yeah,
there we go.
Theatre Productions are on the case.
I gotta say, I like
Right on
Beard
cue that
Productions,
was.
guys.
Can we just see that again, please, Beard? I think I missed it the first time round.
I think he was going to, and they switched it back.
No, he clawed me back, and I was a bit unlucky not to go 4-2 up, but then Keith did what he does best.
And that's a clever shot again.
He's
That was
certainly class act.
an obvious shot, but a clever shot. He's played it well. I think he would have liked it just a little bit tighter, but it looks as if the sit with the red down the bottom, he may have blocked the 1 point here, which would make that a much better shot on this level. And if he does come up and play off the top reel off 1 point, he may give him plenty of options there and down to find a follow-up snooker.
Well, he's got the angle to get out of this, you know, either direction really. He can move the yellow off the side rail here, or go round it.
Oh, that's a little bit unfortunate. I know it's never worse than getting through a gap and then hitting the cushion and then going past it again very closely. I'm sure Nigel will be disappointed with that one, and Kenny will be looking at it, and I'm sure he'll be thinking this is an opportunity.
I think the reason he missed that, I think he was trying to be a bit precise and actually glance off the top side of it and get the white up the table. And that probably made it a
He's
harder
missed another
escape.
one there, hasn't he?
He's missed quite a few longer range pots, and he didn't look comfortable. Even on that one, it was a little bit half-hearted, even the approach to the shot, I felt, but always easier saying that after the event.
Going back to that escape of Nigel's, I think, you know, the reason he went off bottom cushion and up was if he'd have managed to push the yellow somewhere near the right middle, it would have given him an opportunity to bang it in and try and split the other yellow. So I think that's why he kind of went round that way, to try and knock the yellow somewhere in the middle of the table where he could try and cut it in off the other one and free it.
Yeah, because if he pushes it up there, he's got two options. He can go around the angles, or he can play off the top cushion with right hand side and try and just nick the red out and leave it on. That's a clever shot there. He's deliberately left Nigel one yellow available, so he can't take a 1 point without hitting the cushion. So he's left this one, and he knows that if he does get this and he knocks it into even a slightly playable position, I think we'll see Kendall go for this clearance.
Yeah, Lee's obviously just got the one bad ball here, so I think all he's waiting for is to try and draw a mistake under Nigel. And then I think we'll see him take advantage.
I'm trying to see a way out for him, but I'm struggling. I thought maybe if he could see any of the black, he could have pushed the black onto where the red and yellow is, just to try the black up, but he's going to drop the white behind the other red.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's probably the best shot you could have played, because Lee will have to burn one here, and then we're back to where we started, so clever shot.
And he's given him one less ball to try and hide behind as well.
Yeah, and yeah, that's true too, Keith. What do you think here, Phil? Do you think he's just going to try and flick this out and try and get in behind it again? Just play almost a mirror image?
I don't know if he gets in behind it again. I imagine Nigel will just leave it there. Yeah, we're back to where we are now.
I wonder how Lee Kendall's getting on in the stats. We're looking at a few scores here, as you can see. Notable scores.
The 1 second from bottom.
Is Keith Brewer 5, Phil Connolly 3.
Dan O'Rourke on commentary is absolutely stitching you up, Phil.
Good man, Dan. I'm glad I mentioned that now.
No comment, no comment.
Never mess with the production team.
I'm just glad I didn't lose 5-0.
Oh, he could probably put that up and nobody would know.
Well, you could say I did from 3-0 up.
That was a good effort.
That's not a bad effort there. And really, I'll be interested to see what Nigel Clarke thinks can get him out of trouble here, because there's no obvious shot on here. And the double, I would always been thinking about, you know, if it had a wee little bit, that red was a little bit further, I could have just doubled that up towards the other yellow, but I really don't see a clear-cut shot here, Phil.
I have to say I don't either on this occasion. You know, I sometimes watch other players play and I think, oh, he's in trouble here, what's he going to do? I've got no idea. And then, you know, I speak to them afterwards and he said, and the player will say, I don't know, I didn't have a clue, I had no idea.
Yeah, there's a lot of times you do find yourself in particular sticky spots and you're maybe trying to force something, but this one is one of those moments where you just think to yourself, I'm up against it here. And you see, maybe if it was local league players, I think you see a lot of the time they would just put their cue through this one, but you know, at the higher standard, they're always looking for an intelligent out.
I think the important thing here is not to, as you say, do something rash and just give the game away. You know, even though you know, Kenny's got the advantage, you know, you don't have to gift him the frame.
No, and he's still only got one shot. You know, as long as Nigel just keeps giving him one shot rather than two to break that red out, he's gonna stay in the frame maybe long enough to find a way back out.
And he's just played that shot into the open, and again, as we've said earlier, he's knocked it towards the middle because he's wanting to give himself, or he's wanting to give Lee Kendall something to think about here, that he can't leave him on the one to the middle because there is that half chance that he may get the cannon. So I think we might see Lee going up the table here with this one. Interesting to see, unless he's going to play the snooker here, try and just cover the yellow up a bit. Yeah, that's roughly what he's played. And he knows there that he's not leaving him a chance to cannon that out. The way the balls are sitting, it would take a very good shot, and I don't think the angle's there.
I guess he must have checked that he can't ping it in off. Oh, that's a good camera. I think he did. Can he play that in off that yellow?
Do you know what? If I was yellows, I'd have to find out.
This is one of these all-in moments, Phil.
I think this is the first time he's had any sort of shot to try and change the dynamic of the frame for quite some time.
This is definitely high risk, but I actually think Kenny, looking at this now from this angle, I think Kenny might be a little bit disappointed, although I think he was trying to trap him. As I said, I thought he was trying to cover the yellow. I still think he was, and I think he's left him more of it than he would like, but it's far from easy.
If he did play it, you know, he doesn't have to thump it, but if he played it at a medium pace, even if he hit the yellow and didn't pot it, he's got a slim chance of putting the yellow right over the middle.
Yeah, but the
and
white
possibly covering the black.
Sorry,
just to make black call.
The white is definitely going to travel. That's the only problem. He can't play much else on it.
You did try it, but he hit the red first.
Yeah. And I think he's tried to play a wee trace of stun on that, and I don't think that's helped it either.
It was a high-risk shot, but I think Lee Kendall takes these out now. He just drop this one in, and it should be fairly straightforward from there.
It should be 3-2.
I always fancied it to be 3-2 after this frame.
He's going to start laying into us now because we were laughing about that scoreboard.
You know rightly he's going to be checking our scores tomorrow.
I know.
I'll be taking a keen interest.
Hopefully Beard don't. Do you hear that, Beard? Please don't take a keen interest. Thank you.
Yeah, don't, otherwise Dan will dig up the fact that I lost all 3 teams in
1:30 p.m. 1:30 p.m. I think the games are.
Yeah.
And it's just think that, and that's landed nice, and this is 3-2 to Lee Kendall here, barring disasters. Yeah, and it's interesting looking at the stats. Lee Kendall finds himself top of top of the English team stats, which is obviously helps for when on a 72%, 18 wins from, or 13 wins from 18, which is quite fascinating when you consider he's been playing for 25 years and he still finds himself at this point with 2 matches to play in the groups. Top dog, chased closely by Carl Sutton, European champion a couple of years ago, and Shane Thompson, also a very good fine player who's got a very fine average of 73%. Manny Byrne of Northern Ireland finds himself on the top of the averages, so shout out to you, Manny. I know you've had a great few days so far, and I'm sure you'll be aiming to shoot the whilst down on the last game and try and maintain that. Wolsey, did you not finish in the world team one year?
Let's see this break first. We go down that road. Oh, 1, 2. It's dried. He's dried. I was just going to read a couple of messages actually, so I had to say a shout out to Melvin Farmer. Ping me a message. I hope you're enjoying this, Melvin. He was here in the Europeans, played at Blackpool in February.
I've had one from our teammate Lee McShane, who's sitting with his dad. He's a good Belfast man, so big shout out to both of you. I hope to see you here on Monday, big man. Looking forward to having you back. So go ahead, Wolsey. Tell us about the time you were Northern Ireland's you finished in the world team, Keith.
Right, so John's going to drop me in it. So while they're thinking about what to do, well, we were having a conversation earlier about the fact that Manny Byrne of Northern Ireland is leading the individual stats in the men's event, which is an incredible achievement, and he's still got a game to go, but he's looking good that he might actually win it. And if you finish in the top 7 of the stats, you get named in the sort of world team of the year, and you get a trophy. And the last time I played up at the championships.
And who does that team play against, Keith?
No. Here we go. Right. So in 2011, which was the last one of the last times I played in the World Championships, and I finished second to Nigel Clarke, who runs a pool hall in Ballymoney, so we better say hello. I finished second to Nigel, and it was the first time I'd been in. I was so excited, and somebody said, "Oh, if you finish in the top 7, you're named in the World Team of the Year." And he said, and he said, "I think you get something." Robert Uswell said, "I think you get something for it. You get something." And I was going home the next day, so I was going to miss the presentation. I was racing around trying to find somebody who could tell me what you get for being in the World Team of the Year. And somebody said, "Well, you should ask Joe Fanto." Joe Fanto was walking towards us, and there was a big group of people.
And I was like,
giddy. Oh yeah, Joe Fanto is what is he? President of the World Pool Federation. Yeah. So I saw Joe Fanto coming the other way, and there was a big group of about 40 people, and I saw him, and I was like a giddy little kid around. I said, "Oh, Joe, I'm in the world. I think I'm in the World Team of the Year. Do you know what I get?" And he, quite straight faced, looked at me and he said, "Yes." He said, "When Mars send their team over, we'll give you a call."
I'm sorry, I was a bit ahead of you on that one, wasn't I?
With an absolute straight sort of Aussie brogue. He just said, "Yes, mate, when Mars send their team in, we'll give you a call," and just walked off, and everybody just felt it was like crushed. I thought was going on a great moment of my life for picking up this trophy or something.
That was reminds me of the old days, the old Miss World contest, and the betting comes out. But I always used to back someone from Earth to win. Mr. Universe.
So poor old Wolsey.
If I'd said Mr. Universe, that would have been a better gag.
Okay, so back to the pool now that we've stitched Keith well and truly up. And we'll see that Lee is on the yellows. It's short.
Oh,
and again,
short.
2 inches short.
I got a thank you from Nigel Clarke for mentioning Warriors Club. Nigel Clarke won it, you see, as well. I should have told him that as well. He finished number 1 2011. Big Nigel.
He did. Big Nigel did.
You need to be back, mate. We're missing you down here. It's not the same without you.
I miss Big Solid. Good man, good friend of mine. It's amazing watching the very best, and they're just capable of making mistakes like any of the rest of us, and I think at times we forget that. You'd have to fancy him here. I think he's going to try and play this one to free the other one up at some point. Might go for it now. Yeah, that's a, oh. And he's had a bit of a result there.
Well, these are on now.
He's had a result with that one, I tell you. I bet his heart was in his mouth as that red went racing towards the middle pocket. Stopped just in time. And now you've got to fancy him to take these out, player at Nigel's calibre. Looks like 3-all.
Yeah, just about cue control from here. Shouldn't be too many problems here now.
I think they play under the top one here. Nope, he's taking them under the...
Yeah.
Well, is he going to just leave the top one to last and just roll it in and take the black to the bottom right-hand corner, looks like? I haven't called one of his finishes just exactly right yet. I think he may take this one that's closest to him.
I think as long as he doesn't take the left middle last.
I think
that's
it'll
the hardest way
I think
to get on
it'll
the
be
black,
second last, but we could be wrong. Nope, we are wrong. He's going to go the opposite way.
Crikey.
See, I would have been tempted to get that out of the way and leave the one that I would have been taking the one up the rail earlier.
Well, we're watching it. We're watching on a screen, aren't we? And I would say that yellow is that yellow is probably higher up above the pocket. Thank you, Dad. Yeah, so he can come down and then just click it in and leave a long black if he had to, or he can go around the back of it.
No, he's got it anyway. Okay, but still, as I say, I think that was. It's all right when you're 6 foot away from the table or in the commentary box. You can see things a little bit clearer without the added pressure of being out in the arena. But I think this is a more challenging shot than he had to have played had he went out differently. But still,
he's okay. He's a class player, Nigel. He's that sort of thing. He's jacking a cue up, but you got pretty much a lot of confidence he's going to pop it in.
He has that very stern and sort of focused temperament. Even as a junior, I watched Nigel Clarke, and he always had that steely determination and focus. And you can see it in his great performance in 2015, and you can see it here again against Lee Kendall.
I'm just going to grab the scores because some people are pinging asking about how some of the matches are going. Well, I'll take a personal one first, which is Alex Ferguson is losing 3-1 to Ray Karuna. Alex plays in our Berkshire Juniors.
He's not a bad football manager.
Yeah, he's not bad. Yeah. Alex, he's 3-1 down to Ray Karuna. Aaron Davis is 6-0 up on Barry Kelly. Clayton Attard has beaten Alan Scott 7-0.
And Clayton has been struggling a little bit this
Michael
week.
Hope, Michael Hope beat Tom Ford 7-3. Oh, it's not the Tom Ford. There's another Tom. Oh, right. God,
There's two Tom Fords.
Oh, I wish I'd have known that. I probably would have got a bet on with somebody. If I know there was a hooky Tom Ford in there.
I see Mike King is leading Rich Wharton 3-1. Mike King, a real good Devonshire lad. It'd be nice to see him get the W. Mike, I think, is from Exeter and always well thought of by some of the boys down that way. I would know some of them quite well. Jez Graham, Hayden Penny, a few other players, and a couple of and Jamie Graham as well, all play Devon County, Southwest. Good bunch of lads they are. So if they're listening,
I'm going to ask Dave Very a question. Actually,
I hope to see you again soon, boys.
There's a guy in the draw from France.
Yeah.
Is he actually here? Charles
I know he's not here.
Yves
No, he walk over, that is footage.
Oh, okay.
Couldn't make it.
Well, this frame's going to be a little bit messy, I think, for a while, because it doesn't look... Unless he decides to cut this and try and split everything.
I can't see him doing that. No, he hasn't. I just couldn't see him playing that level of aggressive shot. He didn't need to either, and especially with the red and yellow, you'll find him in the top right-hand rail. He's not. I wouldn't fancy him to split those out with knowing that was the case.
It's the first time that the balls haven't really split. It's a different type of game.
Hopefully not. Davy Very said to us he thinks this one will go the distance and we might find ourselves in the commentary booth during his shift, but I know you would much rather listen to the dulcet and eclectic tones of Mr. Very. I know I would anyway. In French, well, that would be even nicer. I might just tune into that just to hear the lingo.
We can get it in French, English, and Northern Irish.
Or as you like to call it, Keith, Ulster Scots.
Ulster Scots.
Ulster Scots. Thanks, Keith.
A multitude of languages. Look what we're bringing to this coverage.
But don't ask for any money for the subtitles.
Yeah, Dan says no bilingual language.
Whenever I went to college in Plymouth, the guys used to say they couldn't understand what I was saying, so they just judged the tone of my voice. If I sounded cross, they were nodding sympathetically, and if I sounded high tone, I was very excited, so they used to go, "That's great, buddy," but they had no clue what I was actually saying a lot of the time, and probably that was for the good of everybody concerned. I wonder how, it shows you when you have a player, Nigel Clarke's quality, Keith and Phil, that he's not in an England team here. Is he at the sitting out period or after under 23, or is he just not qualified? Because what an incredible player not to be wearing an England waistcoat this week.
Well, it's very difficult to get in the England team. It's fierce competition, and it's not always a smooth transition from under 23 to the full England side, we've not got Giuseppe D'Imperio here either. He's sort of fallen into that same bracket, between the two. And he's a fantastic player.
Incredible player. Very nice lad too, and a good friend of yours, Keith.
Yeah, he's a terrific player, and he's a terrific lad. So is his dad. It's Nick, for all the people on the pool circuit, everybody knows Nick and Giuseppe anyway, but he's always been a nice grounded kid, and he was playing county C team for us when he was about 14. We were lucky enough to see him come through and win a couple of world titles and European titles.
I remember you telling me about him before he really burst on the scene, and you said, this kid, he's got the makings of a world champion, and you weren't wrong. He won a lot of stuff. He's been a fantastic player. I'm sure he'll be a fantastic senior as well. Has a bit of everything in his game.
Yeah, I think it's only a matter of time, to be honest.
I hope so. He's wearing glasses now in the last couple of years. And he's still playing brilliantly, don't get me wrong, but I just wonder if it's just taken him a little bit of time to adjust. I'm just aware of this is his sitting out year because of the fact he graduates sort of from the under 23s, and then he has to now go through the normal England trials to get into this England team, and they are brutal. You really have to work hard to get into the England sides. And I'm not even sure if Nigel's playing county, which is the first thing you must be doing is playing in your county sides. You have to finish in the top 7 players of your region, so you're up against sort of 5 other counties and up against about 100 odd players to finish in the top 7 of the averages at the end of the season. You then have to go to Yarmouth. You play all the other averages winners from around the country in a Swiss system, and even then you have the retrialists who drop down from the England team who haven't maintained their place, and you have to take them on as well. So it's a very long process. Your county's 10 months of the year, sort of one Saturday every month, one Sunday every month. So you're talking about 10 months of work, then go the following year to actually going to do the final parts of the trials in Yarmouth. So it's from start to finish. It could be a year and a half in a qualifying system to get there. And if you're not playing county, I don't think you can get to England. So I'm not sure if Nigel still is, because he was playing for London. He did a stint with us at Berkshire when Berkshire won the All England county title, but I'm not sure if he's back playing for London at the moment.
Yeah, and it is. It's, as you say, Keith. It's an incredibly. You know, I have respect for the England team anyway because they're incredibly successful. But I have respect for anybody that manages to make it through, because I believe it's easier to stay on than it is to get on, which shows you just how difficult it is. You know, for a lot of other teams, you get on the team, and the hard thing is staying on the team. I think maybe it's getting on the team is actually harder for the English players because there's such a large pool of players to choose from, and they have to narrow it down in such a brutal and unforgiving fashion.
Well, but you compare that to, you know, how we pick teams for Northern Ireland, which is, you know, chuck me 10 quid and a pint of Guinness, or get yourself an Irish setter. I mean, there's no comparison between the one country to the next. I mean, yeah, we've got Dave Very sitting here who.
He's just Irish, half of our team.
Belgium and France. I'm sure we could squeeze him in somewhere along the line if we can find it. Greece as well. For some countries, the structure isn't in place to run a kind of a proper trial system. You know, Northern Ireland might get there because there is a good body trying to start up at the moment and run some tours. And
there are some great tours. I mean, being a Northern Irish player who's based in Northern Ireland, you know, there's some great tournaments and tours available. But you know, it's all right running good one-off tournaments. It's having the commitment to run an international association, and I think many have tried, and there's nobody new wanting to take it over. You know, it's all people who have been there before. But you know, I think the problem is that there's too many chiefs and not enough Indians at times, and we need to have people prepared to work to each other, and a bit of collaborative practice would go a long, long way in succeeding for the future. But that's another story for another time.
Actually, the cameraman, Dan O'Rourke, just to give him a name, he's just been messaged. He says, "Can I play for Northern Ireland next year?"
Dan, you're good enough crack, and so you probably could.
You probably could. And you've got an O in the middle of your two names. Yeah, that's always a bonus.
Definitely have. Yeah. You're an O something. Yeah. So
that's how we got Tim O'Tay in last year.
Keith, I'm glad to see you taking this so serious as usual. Thankfully, I've got Phil beside me to add a bit of colour to the commentary.
You need a sense of humour for Northern Ireland captaincy, let me tell you that. I'm sure Phil thinks the same with the seniors.
I'll not take that personally,
well,
gents.
The seniors, it's more a case of getting everyone there, really.
It's the same in the. It's the
is
same.
Is that because they're in danger of dying, Phil, or is that just?
No, falling asleep, maybe.
But no, I think it's similar for both. I think there's loads of issues, as all of us know, in pool, and we don't all get on, and everybody's got their little slice of the pie that they would like for themselves, and sometimes it's all about the margins for profit for some people. But I mean, there's a lot of really good people in the country with pull at their heart, and you've got people like Denise Warrington as well, who very rarely gets a positive mention, which is a bit of a shame, because Denise puts in an awful lot of effort, and she's a fantastic organiser for getting teams away. I think she needs a lot of support when it comes to NIPF, but I still think she would have a role to play. But again, it's definitely something we will have to see how it pans out in the future.
I was just going to ask Phil here, just going back to this game, this is going to be some shot, isn't it? If you can,
he's got a lot of work to do here. He's got to draw this to the left side of the reds, and then still leave an angle to get back up for the black.
I think he's going to have to punch this off the rail, and he's underhit it.
He's underhit it quite a bit, actually.
Yeah, but he hasn't fully committed to that, and it was a very challenging shot. I think he was scared of the double hit, and he's only just half got into it, but still a chance here. This match hasn't been played at a frenetic pace, shall we say. Each frame has been fairly tactical and fairly played at a fairly thoughtful pace, we'll say.
It has taken a similar tone that, you know, Nigel's gone for it first, not quite got it, and then Lee's kind of then stepped in and done what he's done, which is play some good safety and use his brains.
And that's what he's known for, is knowing when to go and when to sit. It's just the hardest thing for most players. Although this isn't straightforward, I think he's been a little bit fortunate where the whites landed. Although you still fancy him to get one here, but it's not easy. He's now got what's my first option. I'm going to take the one that's nearest the red here and take it to the corner. And you know, there'll be a lot of thoughts going through Lee Kendall's mind here.
Yeah, he's got to take that one, I think, and he's then looking at the red that's on the black spot to see if he can do something with this bottom right corner. He'd like to try and cannon that yellow away from that pocket before he goes game, I would say. Just as insurance policy. Or is he looking at the snooker?
We're just letting Mr. Very go and get a break before he's on for sure. I'm sure you'll all be looking forward to listening to him. I know I will.
He says he's flying solo.
He's looking for a partner, Keith. You might be the more experienced and dab hand at, or Phil.
I'm not averse to sitting down and having a French speaker whisper in my ear.
I have to say neither am I, but very rarely in the commentary box.
Or in any box.
But big fan of the French. For any of the big fan of the French for any of the French.
That was him going there.
Ladies team.
Away.
Want to get to know me a bit better? I'm available.
I'm going to run through a few more schools.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's people watching this who've got friends up here, and I don't know everybody's names because there's so many people who are just qualified or they've just come up for the weekend to come and play. Darren Matthews just won 7-6. He's edged to 7-6 over David Green.
I know Darren wasn't feeling 100% when I spoke to him earlier. Struggling a bit today. It's great to see him get over the line. Good friend of mine.
Just mentioned a friend of mine, Chris Berkey, playing in his first World Masters. He's 4-3 up against Frank Costello.
Well, that would be, to be in front is would be against Costello. If it's a fellow I'm thinking of, he's a great player.
Yeah, so. He was 3-2 down. He's obviously won the last two.
Mike King beat Rich Wharton 7-5.
Well, I fancied Mike King to beat Rich. Rich is a fellow, former university player. I know him quite well. Mike King, a very, very talented cutest. I fancied Mike to win that one, and because he's a good Devon lad, I'm glad to see he got over the line.
How's this shot of Kendall's coming along? It's certainly taken a while.
Yeah, he's gone for the snooker.
Yeah.
He sits on the back.
That is
sensational.
And as we said, that's why he is who he is. Those kind of shots, whenever he's under the cosh.
Look at that.
If I'd have played that shot, it would end up in table 5.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, we'd still be fishing the white, I think.
That's a great shot. Well, open to suggestions here.
I don't think he has too many options here. I think he has to make an attempt to hit it.
But DF's not an option here.
You can't DF.
You can't DF. So I mean, when you look on for anybody watching at home that is only starting out or playing at a sort of beginner's level, when you look at that shot back again, as I know we can, whenever it goes up onto YouTube, as I say, upside to doing live streaming with Beard, and you're able to just get it on YouTube the next day or watch it again a week later. If you watch this shot again, the amount of thought that goes into that shot, that he knows if he plays it right, There's no safety shot and no pot and no 1 point escape. It is an absolutely top drawer shot.
It's a frame winning shot for me.
And you just know, if that was going through my mind, I'd be thinking, I am absolutely snookered in more ways than one.
He could roll down onto the red on the bottom cushion. He could try and just touch the red and leave the white in the bottom left-hand jaws. But apart from that, I think his only other option is to smack the fire alarm and hope that when everybody runs out of the hall, he can move the balls before Lee gets back.
I think it'd be hitting this and letting God guide it off two cushions. And I think you'd be incredibly lucky to hit it as well. I'd be looking at up, down, down, up, and down again.
So that's off 5 cushions.
No, just the 2. Sorry.
Down, up, down.
Up, down, up.
Is that the Tommy Cooper shot or something?
Down, up, down.
Up,
Okay.
down, up, down, bottle, glass bottle. Actually, you're going to need a magician for this one.
Just like that.
Yeah, just like that.
Just like that. Works better at your Northern Irish English accent.
He's going to need a magician for this one. He could still roll he could tap the red and try and leave it in the jaws. But I can't see much else. It's gone. Oh, where's he? Do you know? Do you reckon he tried to play something to actually kick that red across?
No, I don't think so.
No?
I would like to see it again.
Because I don't know what else he was trying to do.
I felt the only shot he had was to play down, up and down. I know it was incredibly, but as I said before, the shot was so well played that he had no options.
But I just wonder why Nigel hit that red on the cushion that hard. Did he try and somehow double kiss it or shoot it across the table? Because I couldn't see what his other plan was. But yeah, he was in trouble anyway. Lee's got 2 shots. This should be
bowler from Mauritius, Carl Boys. Jamie Kitchen from Northern Ireland, Gareth Roberts, Wales, please.
Actually, Jamie Kitchen's just been called out for his game, but Gareth Roberts, that he's supposed to be playing, isn't here. I don't think. Somebody just pinged me a message, said he's not going to be here.
Yeah, we've had a text message in from Cathal Matthews, as I like to call him, the Oracle of Northern Irish Pool, because what he doesn't know isn't worth knowing. And he's texted us to say that match will not be taking place. The Welsh boys must be out in the town.
Then it's good news for Jamie as well, isn't it?
Absolutely, because Gareth is a good player, like all the Welsh senior team. But here we are anyway, back to Kenny. He's looking here, taking the one maybe beside the black first, as he takes the clearance, and then he might go one beside the black, one over the bottom left, middle, and then top, and then black to middle. So I'm predicting. I always change straight away. I'm wrong. Maybe with the 2 shots, maybe different option he's chosen here. The gents are not with me. They're looking at the internet, trying to find out a few statistics for you. Now he's just dropped that in, and he's got the red to the middle now.
We just ask you guys at the end of the top table there, please clear the area.
Now he's got this red to the middle. Gentlemen, anytime you'd like to chip in, I'd greatly appreciate it. Wouldn't want John Chaplin talking about how I held the microphone again.
He actually said to me the other day, "Is that John McAllister?"
Matches in this room on table 2.
There's nothing wrong with his ears.
Michael Green.
Absolutely.
Table 4, Alan
I think he
Scott
must still
from
have 2 here,
Scotland.
given that choice of shot. I'd have been tempted to
Richard
play that
Danny
ball
O'Toole.
earlier, but as I say, that's why I'm sitting here.
Table 6, Terry Hillman, Steve Connor.
Yeah, I don't think it matters too much, does it? I mean, it's pretty irrelevant. It's like picking what music you want for your lap dance, isn't it? I mean, you just don't care. It's all about the end result.
Do they play music?
Oh, that's the Blue Oyster Bar.
I thought, as a kid, I thought you were trying to play the Odd Couple again. which is what you would look like if you were in a lap dancing bar. The Odd Couple.
So walk-on music for my Masters game in the morning. There's Dylan Leary, look.
Hello, Mr. Leary. There's a fellow with a fine moustache. Did you see him there? Can we go back to the fellow with a fine moustache?
Table 8, Sean Sharkey from Ireland, Andrew Moore.
No, not him. He's going full-on beard. There was a fellow there. Oh, he's just behind. Good effort,
Aye.
lads.
It's good.
Oh, it's a fine tash.
Now
Look at it. Look
that
at
is that's the guy I saw in the Blue Oyster Bar.
that is proper 80s handlebar.
But he was dressed as a
season.
cop.
Yes, and wearing a pair of aviators, was it?
Yeah, he was. He just picked up the trophy for Thursday night's tango competition.
I had a feeling I've seen him before, and that's obviously where it was from. Okay, and we're 4-3 to Lee Kendall. He's taking that solid finish for 2 shots. Nigel, that frame was won and lost with an exceptional safety from Lee Kendall. I think we've Lee to break. Yes, he's Lee to break. He's just setting them up again. I think they've gone loose. He's showing us half the min here.
There's some pants there. Anybody know what make they were?
Bit of product placement there, I think.
I think it was Armani's finest.
Has he got his Grundy sponsored by some company, is he?
It wouldn't surprise me. Let's get into the first ball here, a wee bit to the side. Interesting to watch the other players breaking. He has normally quite a decent break.
Gareth Roberts from Wales, please.
And he's
Top table,
come up
Gareth
dry because
Roberts.
I've put the commentator's curse on him. Yeah,
Table
that is still a
13,
nice split, but
Spencer
unfortunately
Jones,
hasn't got
Stuart
one.
McGinn.
And the
Table
yellows
14,
are...
Will Kingsbury, Steve Whitlow.
It's
Yellows
yellows.
are
It's
set.
yellows for me if you can play the plant with the first
If we can
shot.
play a plant, the yellows do
So
look
we've not
a
called
better
it
set.
out, we're now waiting on
Nigel will be
tables.
thinking this is a great chance.
So if you don't go too far away, so we'll be calling matches out as tables come available.
Yeah, he's taking the plant.
He's got the plant there, Phil.
Yeah, he's not entirely comfortable
We have
with
Wayne
his
Freeman,
finish,
Chris
but get through to
Hansen,
the
please, top
yellow on the
table.
right hand side. He's right back in.
That's a
There
lovely
we
shot.
go now.
He's
Should
played that
be,
really well.
Should be fair
I
play
think
sailing
he'll
from
play.
here.
I think he'll play the top or the bottom 2 here first, and maybe take the yellow over middle as his 3rd shot. You know, just stun this in, widen angle a little bit, roll that in. take
Yeah,
the
he'll
one
want,
to
he'll
the-
want to move one of those 2 balls now.
Yeah, just get it away and cut out any possible chance of a per possessional shot, because they are sitting very nicely here. Yes, and he's played that. He's played a different option, but it's still a good shot.
Yeah, that's one of my positional shots there, using the rail as a bridge.
Wayne Freeman, please, top table. Wayne Freeman.
I might have been tempted to play for the one that's nearest the black spot as my 2nd one, and then used my one over the middle to come up the table, and it was just tap, tap, tap. I think, dare I say, a player of Nigel's calibre may have taken that and maybe the wrong way. I still fancy him to get him though, but he's jacking up here. He's pumped that in and it's still not good.
Yeah, he needs to take these out before he gets in position.
That is a nifty shirt.
Use the top rail here.
Wayne Freeman, please, top table.
Played a wee bit of side now and it hasn't come off. It hasn't taken, Keith.
Yeah, it didn't take it. Didn't well. It looked like it was spinning when it hit the cushion, but it certainly didn't come back the way he wanted. But I think he's still alright, isn't he? If he takes one into the top left and he comes across right hand side of the table,
Yeah, he can drop behind the yellow for the. But no, he's going the other
doesn't
way.
like it.
I think this is the right decision.
That's nice.
Oh, that's well cued. And
Right
it's
in
a
the
little
middle.
bit of it. Was that a little bit of a clench of the fist
Yeah,
there, did I see?
I think he was pretty pleased with that
I
one.
think
It's
he
heart
knows.
of the pocket, and he's pulling this back to 4-4.
I think he knows the importance of that. Oh, he's got a wee bit of adrenaline in that one,
Yeah.
kids. Still fancy him to make it, but that was definitely a shade of the old adrenaline got into him there.
He's brought the top left pocket into play a little bit as
No,
well, and he nicks it
No,
out.
I think he's
No?
okay. No, I think he's okay. Yeah.
No, he's fine.
Pierce Shard has texted in and he wants to know, does Nigel Clarke ever smile, boys? What do you think? Do you think he ever smiles? Look at that tash. Sorry folks, I've got sidetracked, but that is a tash and a half. You think somebody's
I
told
reckon
him?
the camera's just, yeah, he'll be in here in a minute. You'll be hearing all this.
Wouldn't be the first time somebody's tried to do that to me this
It's one of
weekend.
them. Yeah, that'll be the second time this week.
So
if that guy's from Malta as well, if it turns out he's Maltese, that's you done.
I've had it. So, as we were saying, does Nigel Clarke ever smile, Keith?
Think I did see him smile once. It was back in about March 2009, after he beat Berkshire when he was playing for London. Maybe.
Okay,
he's all right. He's all right.
He seems a nice enough lad.
Yeah, but he's he's a very, very good player. And we were talking earlier on about how focused some of these guys are. I mean, okay. Yeah, there's three of us sitting here, four including David sat behind us, but there's four of us sitting here, but we're not people who go out and are bunging in 12 hours practice every week and beyond, etc., etc. But there's guys who've turned up, for the singles, and we watched Eddie Barker and Mick Hill, and when you look at Eddie walking around the table, there's players that are intensely focused in games. They don't crack a smile, and it's all sort of business, and Nigel's one of those. When you see him play, he just gets down.
That's a great shot there.
No emotion,
just
and off he goes.
And he's opened that first one out and made them all very playable. I think the one with the red down the line is going to be the kicker. But as you say, Keith, I completely agree. I'm only having a bit of light-hearted fun in the commentary box, but I think you can't help but respect these guys who are so dedicated to their craft, and they come here to win, and that's what it's all about. And I think that's the big difference, and that's why we talk about people like Nigel Clarke and Lee Kendall and people like that at the latter stages of tournaments. And there's some great talented players here from other countries, but maybe they're a little bit more, they take it a little bit less seriously, and maybe they don't get the results as a result of that.
Well, we've got a cracking lineup for that men's singles now. That's down to the semi-finals, and Mick Hill, Tom Cousins is the real standout game for the Tuesday. It'll be packed for places to try and watch that. But Dave Fernandez is in the other one, and Dave Fernandez pulls all sorts of faces and expressions during his games. He's completely the opposite to what we were saying about Eddie.
Dave's all natural talent.
Yeah.
He was my. He used to be my county captain.
That's a teeth dryer.
Dave, and he knows, he's got his way of playing. Dave always says, you know me, I'll win fast or lose fast. He certainly doesn't hang about. A lot of natural talent.
And he didn't today when he played Richard Gifford.
I know, and the thing is, Richard Gifford is a good player, and a player that I have to say over the week, I've got to watch him a couple of times, and he's impressed me. And I think if you went back on the results, you'll see that he's had a couple of really good scalps. But Richard Gifford found that incredibly hard out there today. He missed a few balls early. Dave was starting to flow, and to be fair, Dave Hernandez is the kind of guy you'd love to see win this championship, because he's a very likeable guy, and he's a very approachable guy. Anytime you happen to meet him, he's a word for you. He's just a real genuine, nice bloke. And I know you guys know him a lot better than I do, but that's the impression I get from him. And it would be nice to see somebody like him lift a world title, but you can't help but look at the big two and think that they're going to be extremely hard to beat.
We would talk about who we thought were going to win at the start of the week, and I think the general consensus was, if you can beat Tom Cousins, you'll win the world title. And so far, nobody's beaten him, and Mick Hill's going to be the next person to try. And if Mick doesn't beat him, all respect to Dave in the other semi, and Phil Harrison, which is the other one. Dave Fernandez.
Phil Harrison's a fine player,
but God Almighty, Tom Cousins' numbers this week in that singles event has been quite incredible.
Speaking of Phil Harrison, an interesting footnote we were talking about it the other night was about the Irish players touching the table during the 60 seconds.
Yeah.
And I noticed that the referee was doing it during Phil Harrison's match, but I didn't see it any other. But I know that Phil has a hearing aid in, so I would imagine it was to do with the hearing condition. But I thought to myself, if it doesn't put a player of Phil Harrison's quality off and he's not unhappy about it, then why are we not maybe looking to bring that in across the board? Because it's not that big of a stretch.
No. And it is a very good tool to be able to do that, tapping the table.
And the theme of the match continues. Nigel went first, missed, and now Kenny's putting him in a world of trouble.
I'll be honest, I don't think I'd want anyone tapping the table while telling me 30 seconds while I'm sort of just about to play my shot. Although I'm not sure how many times anyone's actually called 30 seconds on me.
You're a naturally quick player, in fairness, Phil. But what
A quick thinker, I would say.
Well, yes, a quick thinker. But I would rather know, because I would rather know that it's 30 seconds, because I can get back up. I tend to use the first 30 to look at the shot and the last 30 to play the shot.
Yeah, that's what we were saying the other day, weren't we? And a lot of players, they actually wait for the 30 seconds
Next match on
before they
14,
actually play the shot.
Mohamed Al Idrisi from Morocco.
Yes, but it's very important that the player does say 30 seconds, and the venue can be extremely busy and loud. So there's definitely arguments for both cases. That's a great shot by Kenny here. He's just played a very simple shot, knocked it off the rail and managed to cover every ball on the table. And Nigel knows that if he does hit it, there is a chance he's leaving it.
Just enough for the cross double, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say, we've seen him have a few cracks at these cross doubles. He does like them.
Don't fancy him for this one.
No.
Nope. And I didn't think he had the angle, and he hasn't. And I tell you, I think we may see Kenny try to play the one up on the top cushion and just try and leave him seeing very little. But that's it.
That's dangerous.
That's dangerous.
He could leave him on his bad ball down the rail.
Yeah.
If it goes past that red.
But I don't see him going for the clearance, although they are makeable for somebody of his standard. Any thoughts, Keith?
I was just wondering if he's going to, is he going to go for it here? Because there isn't an obvious safety anywhere, is there? And if he does take one of these reds into the top left, let's say he takes the one on the very left-hand side by the ball plane, if he cuts that in and comes back across the right-hand side of the table,
well, he's looking at the shot I suggested.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see what he does, and I know he likes
It's a dangerous shot, but I've got a feeling he's going to execute it.
He has a lovely touch.
Because if he doesn't get this, he's going to leave.
Playing him behind the other
he's going to
one.
leave another cross double.
That's
for
a good
it.
shot. He's played him behind the other one. That's a smart shot.
Why did we ever doubt him?
I gotta say, I do enjoy watching a good safety battle when it's executed to this level.
Yeah, he's played that brilliantly. Not only is he stuck in behind the red he's flicked out, he's almost managed to put it in as a blocker to stop the easy one cushion escape.
A lot of younger players could benefit from watching a few of these shots back.
And so could some of us older ones. I would suggest it all. I wish I'd seen this before we played them this morning and England thumped us.
Yeah, we were the wrong end of a hiding this morning by the English. Doesn't change things. We still have to be
Lovely
Wales
shot,
to qualify.
Nigel. Yeah, lovely shot.
He's played that very well. Will he go for these now? I think he might. Look to push this yellow off the other yellow. Try and knock it tight. Yeah, beautiful shot.
Yeah, he's going.
And he's just done that. As I say, that's a bit of an insurance bluff if he gets the pot. Finish is still on if he misses it, and he manages to cover up two of the yellows. So that was a clever shot there. I think he'll go for these now. I think he'll take this one first. He'll be yellow to middle and leave himself red down the line and no work to do to land on the black.
There's a glimpse of Sean Sharkey there of Ireland playing up on the other table.
Who does he play, Keith?
I was just quickly having a look. I just saw it to see what it was. Where's Sharkey?
Andrew Moore, I think he's playing.
Who?
Andrew Moore.
Andrew Moore, I don't know, must be a qualifier. Sean's a very talented cubist. Recently lost against Pat McAnally in Ballymena in a money match. I know he's had a couple of good wins as well. Plays for Ireland. Very good lad and well thought of among his peers. Good cubist as well. He told me recently, there he is, with his O'Neill's top on. I think that might be of his O'Neill's bar, if I'm not wrong, and Donegal, a lot of the Donegal county side play out of. But Sean's a top lad and a very good player. And no doubt we will see him in the years to come playing for Ireland. He was impressive this morning, and along with the whole Irish team against the Maltese. Just stroke this one down the line. I will think Nigel will think that frame was one that got away from him. Similar story to quite a few of the ones Lee has picked up. He's been second in, played a few good safeties, and got his opportunity and executed it.
Table 14, please. Mohamed Al
Yep,
Idrisi
there we go,
from Morocco.
5-4.
Chadwin Johnson, South Africa.
Pierce Sharrett has just messaged back in and said that he absolutely loves our man's moustache in the crowd. He said it's got a touch of Magnum PA about it. So, touch of the Tom Selleck. And he also said, could you please hurry up and get a translator for that Glenravel country bumpkin? I assume that's me he's talking about, and not you two expats.
Conor McCann says, if it hadn't been for alcohol and women, how would your career have gone, John?
If it hadn't been for alcohol and women, I might have been a little bit more successful. But only a little.
Says the man holding a bottle of fruit cider while he's doing.
This is only to wet my whistle while I do the commentary, Keith. You're certainly getting me back for earlier. I see Kenny to break here, 5-4 up.
White certainly had a look at that middle pocket. This is a big frame now, this is. I think
that's another fantastic break.
Absolutely must-win frame for Nigel.
We have seen some fabulous
He may not get an
breaks.
opportunity.
Sorry, Phil. Looks like reds. I can't believe the breaks, because the tables are a little bit slower in the stream tables, and the breaks from both competitors, although we've had a couple of dry breaks, but I mean the spread has been top notch.
Yeah, we've lost 3 balls again here, haven't we?
It's not the easiest red. I mean, if he does take red, he's only got the one to the top right, hasn't he? And he's queuing really awkwardly across this jaw. And it's, it's one of those that if he misses it, if he pots it, he should get it. And it's 6-4, and if he misses it, Nigel should take these for 5-5. We thought this was going to be a tight game, and
well, that's why they put us on it, isn't it? Really? Because they're hoping to get the maximum out of us, and another 13 frame game.
We're good value as well.
Indeed.
If they had
one barbecued hula hoop from George, is it?
Well worth it. Well worth it.
Yes, it's unusual with George to play us before the shifts ended.
Somebody showed it for George there. I think we could be ejected shortly. This is the big pot in the finish, I think. If he gets this one, he makes it. Just see him bridge it over the middle. He just doesn't love it because of the angle.
Please for Morocco. Top table.
He doesn't have any option really, does he? Because he doesn't have anything any easier by going yellows.
But I think I wouldn't be trying to play a whole lot of position here. I'd be looking to just drop this in, because I think he's going down the wrong side. I'd be dropping this in, leaving myself guaranteed on the yellow, red to the middle. But he's going to play it bravely, and that's why he is who he is.
Do you wonder did he hit that a bit hard because he was playing off the cushion and he wanted to sort of pull the possible
pushed it
movement.
through a bit more.
He maybe pushed that more than he wanted,
but I didn't realise that red just
red
floated
goes past the other one.
That changes things.
It's fine.
Yes, that changes things. Obviously, that changes the shot.
Drop this in, red down the line next, I would think.
Yeah, I think so. I think if Kendall gets this one, it could be a big jump in the context of the match. It's just rolled that in, as you say, Phil, just to look to take the one down the line. Kenny here with this one, and a big shot in the frame. Oh, and it's just sat out. And he's given Nigel a very slim chance, but again, he's got a shot at it, and I'm sure Kenny is kicking himself because that was really, you can see from his facial expression, he's a bit disappointed with that, and just he turns himself to the side there as he walks away a little bit disappointed. And I'm sure Nigel's thinking to himself, right, let's try and hang in here for as long as I can.
Yes, he's just going to try and irritate him for a few visits here to try and tie things up somehow.
There doesn't look to be a clear-cut way to do that, Phil.
No, but I'm not sure how he's going to just get those yellows out and stay in the frame at the moment.
Can he push the yellow he has down by the red? Could he roll onto that? Just bump it a bit more over the red and put the white behind the other yellow.
I might see him trying to put the white close to the black here.
If we could have the following players top table, please, just so you know we're here. Steve Mitchell.
I thought he might have just bumped the yellow over the top of the red.
Adam Glover.
And now I don't see a safe
he's
shot.
got to try and find a way to cover it up, hasn't he?
Well, what he could do is play off the edge of the red, play white off the cushion, or play off the edge of the yellow, play white off the cushion and back into the yellow and just play. But it's a simple 1 point escape, and he's kind of no better off for it. But I don't really see a clear-cut option, and that's what he's played. And that's actually a better shot because he has actually covered the point. This is actually a very clever shot. In fact, when we look at it again, maybe see it from a different angle here, we'll see just how good it is. Yes, you can see here he's made that 1 point escape, and his two yellows, which are in challenging position, actually working for him here this time.
Yeah, the one thing he's not going to do is try and go anywhere near his red that's over the pocket.
I'm glad I called one right in this frame.
Well, he has played that really well. I mean, that camera angle was good because it just shows you he's completely cut him off from going up and down the table.
If he's going to think about doing something.
I think he has to hit the free red. I don't think he has any other realistic
I think he's
option.
going to double the yellow down into the corner.
I think he's planning to hit this.
No, he's going to go 2 cushions and hit the red.
Keith, you could be right here, but
no, I'm not so
having a
sure,
wee look
John.
again.
I thought he was maybe looking at doubling the yellow off the top and back down to the right-hand side, but
would you consider, Phil, would you consider playing the yellow that is beside the black up towards the other yellow and trying to push the two of them onto the cushion? Obviously it's not what he's doing, but it was another option. I don't know what to think of that one.
I don't think I would have played that yellow.
We have Stephen Hubbard and Steve Mitchell top table, please.
I think the most important thing was to take the opening pot out of the equation, which I think is what he's tried to do.
I think he's just tried to make the first pot as challenging as possible, but I think he may have left a pot up the line, and if Nigel gets this and it's still not an easy finish. That's actually a pretty decent shot. He's played the cut, good shot.
Well, he got the chance now.
This could get interesting.
Yeah, there's a shot here if he's really going to attack this. I mean, he's looking at.
About this, Keith?
Well, he seems to be looking at maybe trying to screw down to where the 2 yellows are. I mean, it's risky, but he doesn't have. I can't see he's got too many options for a safe shot. I'm just wondering if he's looking at screwing down into this corner somewhere so he can cut one and free the other. Yeah, I think that's what he's gone for.
He's got to bring both yellows out with this shot.
That was a good call from the man sitting behind me, Mr. Very.
Mr. Very can take some credit for giving some
but
nudge on that shot.
I don't think he played. I personally would have been thinking about using the other one, because if he plays the other one first, he can screw across and get closer, although you might argue if he'd executed it better we wouldn't be having that conversation.
I think he's going to punch off this and move the other across the panel. Yeah, he did.
That's come out well,
and that's a good result. I now fancy him to take this frame.
We've seen some clever shots in this. I mean, it's been quite good. There's been a few little sort of tactical battles, but both of them have played a couple of little clever shots like that. Like the one Nigel's played, he hasn't panicked about trying to knock these balls out, and he's developed that really well. Yeah, he's good.
He's all right. He's all right.
We're going to be back level.
see the white hit the ball, and the ball seems to go one way and then fall back on the white again. And sometimes we do those finals too.
For anyone listening back in Long Eaton, Chris Burke is 5-4 up on his Masters debut.
Have we any score in Sean Sharkey's match?
2-0. 2-0 up Sean.
And so we see it's 5-5. This has been a very, very entertaining encounter between these two players. And we knew it would be. I think we were lucky to get the draw for being in the commentary booth for this one. We had Hassim, the Mauritian, against Kevin Mercier, which wasn't a bad game either. But I think we can all agree we're a wee bit more excited for Lee Kendall, Nigel Clarke, just simply because of the successful players have had.
Just running through some other scores. David Linton, the Australian player, he's beaten Joe Parker 7-6. Alex Ferguson, the Berkshire Junior, he's lost 7-2 to the Malta A team player Ray Cariuna. Gary Southern 7-2 over Stephen Ramsden. Tim Ripke 7-5 over Ross Dunn. Clayton Attards won 7-0. And the bottom two, Andy O'Hara 7-2 over John Sizik, and Matt Brearley 7-2 over Sean Eyre. Oh, and I've got a scorecard from the Slough Irish Club. They beat the Victoria A 7-3 on Thursday.
Well done, the Slough Irish Club.
Well done, Slough Irish Club. That's for Bradley and
If only they managed
Neil.
If only they managed their books as well as they play Phil. Sorry, folks, that's a little bit of
Irish Club, yeah.
a bit of a dig at Keith. But, it's a bit of a private joke,
Yeah,
that one. Big shout out to the Slough Irish
boys.
Club.
Dean and Lee and Bradley and the rest of them.
We're thinking of running a Northern Ireland tour in Irish clubs across England next year.
You do a recruitment drive. No, just been a bit unlucky there. Just didn't get the contact he wanted on the yellow. Would have left the reds open.
Just would like a little bit more out of that one. I think he can still pot it going cushion first if he decides to go that way about it. There's a nice angle here to just head the cushion and glance past the yellow and get on the rest. Be interesting to see what way he goes about it.
Certainly taking his time over it anyway. Oh. Yeah, he didn't fancy that, did he?
I've seen actually Dylan Leary. We were looking at him earlier on in the thing. Dylan's just started his game against Lewis Colcott in the 8:30 session. So all of these matches are in certain sessions. We've had 7 o'clock for some of the games, and then there's an 8:30 session. Carl Boys is in that. Anybody who's familiar with the 9-ball setups and would have seen Carl in the Moscone Cup and things like this. So Carl Boys is here this week. He got to the quarters of the singles.
I saw Carl.
16,
Sorry, Keith. Saw Carl doing quite a lovely gesture. I think for the people of Manchester, for the people who lost their lives in Manchester. I think he auctioned off his winning Moscone Cup jersey, which I thought was a really nice touch from him. I can't say I know Carl, but I know of him. Obviously, having watched the Moscone Cup, but I think judging him based on that, I thought plenty of him.
Yeah, he's out there now playing. Oh God, I shouldn't have picked this one. Iqbal, a kid from Mauritius. Let's go for that. He's playing a guy from Mauritius called Iqbal, and the rest looks like somebody dropped a Scrabble set on the floor. So we'll go down.
Fair, you should really have asked me to do that, because it couldn't have gone wrong regardless. Because whatever I said, we could have dubbed the subtitle into whatever we wanted.
Oh God, there's another one there. Well, I know that's the England junior kid Chris Paniota. Oh, look,
yes, here we
there
go.
you go. Viewers. You can read it for yourself.
Oh, yeah.
IKHURWOLAH on a triple word score. That's 132 points. And you get to pick 7 new letters from the bag.
If you ended up with that lot on your Scrabble board, you'd be a tad disappointed, Keith.
No, not now. I've got a word for it. Haven't I? It's and if anyone else, the definition is the fella from Mauritius who played Carl Boys. Who else is coming? So Charlie Ruddy. Charlie Ruddy's just started his game. He's playing Jeff Kennedy. Spencer Jones. Anybody in English pool will know Spencer. He runs Spencer's down at Yarmouth. Spencer's up here this week. He's just started his game with Stuart McGill. He does run a very nice club down in Yarmouth. It's very good. John Rowe, former champion. He's playing Glenn Pilkington. And I saw somebody else in the draw I wanted to pick out. Where are we?
Just while you're waiting there, we'll go back to the pool, and you can see there that he's taking the pot up the line and just tried to dink it in his handle pocket. I think that might have been the idea, because he hasn't left an awful lot, but he's managed to leave one that's halfway across the bottom cushion, a few inches out. I think you may see Nigel attempt to just dink this over the pocket and use it then as a way to disturb the other red in his next visit.
Yeah, it'll certainly help him later on. I can't see him going game yet. Yeah, he's just going to free the red again. Leave the white behind the yellow. Oh, got a double kiss.
It's still okay, but it definitely wasn't what he was looking for.
Dan on camera has just said that Kendall's just mentioned to him that the table is rolling off a little bit, and he played a long yellow there. He said that the ball had rolled off as it was going down. Which you were saying earlier, whatever it is about that, these two particular TV tables, they do seem to be playing differently to everything else in the league.
They definitely are. I mean, I've had a couple of games on them there during the team matches, and I found them a little bit slow. Now I can't say that they rolled off, because they were fine for me when I played, but I only played 2 frames on them in the team match. But I'm saying that when tables are newly set up like that, and then they've a couple of days to set, they tend to need re-leveled. And as well as that, if you've got a different light and the table's running slow, and you have your finger marks as well, there's a lot to take into account. But I definitely would say that a lot of tables across the NAP tend to drift an inch regardless of how level they are. So we've got George Harwood here beside us, and he just wanted to check that none of us have fallen asleep, because we've done a 2-hour set. But as we were saying, we know you're all loving the commentary back home, so you'll not worry.
Well, we are getting a bit thirsty, George. That's probably
that was well dropped in. We got one hula hoop. I think we'll settle.
If we don't get the fingers, then we'll put them on separate tables.
He's threatening to put them on the 2 tables. I'm not sure how that would work, but well, wouldn't put it past him.
You can tell when they're getting longer matches, because the comments that come in get progressively abusive.
That's a good shot.
Oh, that's a great shot.
And he'll be glad that one stayed there too, because had that
he can move the
out,
bad red now.
Yes, he can now push the red. He wants to maybe hit this. This is a funny one. He wants to hit this almost full ball, and he only wants to move it. He needs to actually, I would go as far as to say he needs to hit it on the right-hand side of the yellow, because he just wants the yellow out of the way. He'd be happy to take that red to the bottom.
Can he just drop behind and play the plant?
And that's a great call, because that's the shot he's played. But again, I'd be looking at that and thinking, it was playing for a tighter gap. I suppose when the better players will decide at that one that was a more percentage shot, and indeed it was, Phil, because you've called that beautifully. And he's played that well, and that may be the frame winner.
Yeah, it should be very straightforward.
From Morocco, Daniel Thorpe from Australia, please.
He'll get into the white to keep it on the right side of the table. Oh. Well, okay, he should have done then.
I think he's just got into that one a bit. I think he'll still be okay. Can we get another look at that from a different angle and maybe see if that's swervable? I have a feeling he might be able to swerve that, but I'd like to see it again.
He'll be disappointed with it because
It's a
very
very
big gap through there that he played for.
And when you consider the shot he's played to give himself that chance as well, Phil.
Definitely.
No,
that's
it's not
swervable.
swervable. It's all right. It's the advantage of having two cameras. You really get a good view of in this stream. You can see you're able to get it from 2 or 3 different views. We can get it above as well if we wanted it.
Really is excellent coverage we've had this week from Beer Production.
Yeah, he's
Yeah, there it is, and you can see that's definitely not
down on
swervable.
Beer Production says, yeah, it's swervable, and the camera angle can show you that. So he's
going for it, but I don't think this is as easy as I thought it was.
I don't think he had
and he's
any
played
option.
it beautifully.
Oh no,
He deserves better
Oh,
than
he
this. Deserved better than that.
That's hard. Now again,
Possible
Nigel.
back heel into the other middle is all he's got, I think.
and you can see there that when he's playing a shot like that, and I didn't feel that was an easy swerve. Now, it was makeable because he's made it, but I felt it was difficult swerve. And when he's had to put that great degree of side on it, it's taking the weight towards the yellows.
That's right, you have to play that a little bit firmer, don't you, to get the extra swerve.
And it's all come from not rolling the ball in, a very simple hanging ball, not rolling it in dead weight. And you've got to find it almost comical at times among ourselves as pool players that you can play a hanging ball really badly and then play a beautiful swerve to follow it up. No hard and fast rules in this game.
and that's, I mean, a 5-all. He knocks that in,
it's
and
massive. That was
6-5,
massive.
and you fancy your chances. And now you're going to be staring at 6-5 loss. Well, 6-5 get
Lee
out
Kendall
anyway.
takes this frame now.
And that's the first time we've seen any real emotion from Nigel, and you can see that he knows in the context of the match just how important that mistake was for him.
Especially when you look at how straightforward he made the finish for himself.
That should be straightforward, isn't it? He puts the red, he puts the yellow in the bottom right. He comes up, he picks the one off into the middle, and that opens the other two.
That's right.
Yep.
Hopefully Trusty Byrne has the Morgan Spice and Coke with ice ready for us.
Yeah, we've been here 2 hours. This is the longest, probably longest during a day we've gone without actually going to get a drink.
Now this is now.
He'll want to take these two yellows away from the
Yes,
black
he'll just
first,
want to take those out of the way so that he can land low side anywhere and take black to middle.
That's right.
Kendall's impressed me here tonight, not because he's been sparkling form as far as big finishes, but I think he's made the absolute most of the chances he's had, and he's shown a great level of intelligence to the game.
Yeah, that's his strongest bit. He's not flashy, and he doesn't knock in massive amount of clearances off the break as much as maybe the other England players do. But 2 or 3 times in this match, he has played a real top quality safety shot that we've either we haven't seen or we've called it, but we're calling it from a commentary box where if we were down there trying to play it ourselves, it's totally different. To
You wouldn't be within a big old
exactly.
crowd.
Yeah,
As they say at home.
Nice label on the jockeys.
Definitely Armani.
I think I saw his initials on there.
I think he labels his own, or his mum does anyway, just in case he doesn't take them back from the swimming pool.
Bradley Robinson's just sent in a comment and said, "What is the dress code for the Masters? Is it Primark?"
Hopefully, Bradley, because I need to go to there tomorrow to get a polo shirt. All other good retailers are available.
Oh, Nigel, you are going to be sick. This is going to be 6-5 to Lee.
Kendall's just struck that in.
And he's suddenly really out of nothing. He's 1 frame from the match, and he's got the break.
And as we've seen from the breaks, one thing's for sure, there's going to be a spread.
So Dan, our cameraman, says, just for the record, remind everyone I said it was going to finish 7-5 to Kendall. I have to say, I've got a message from my dad, who's currently looking after my kids, saying you need to say goodnight to Leah and Thomas, because they're listening in. So I wish I'd known. I hope I didn't swear or say anything bad for the rest of it. So my dad says, say goodnight to Leah and Thomas. So goodnight, Leah and Thomas.
Well, it's great.
And he says, ask John if he knows Raymond Scullion or Tony Kerr, the singer.
I do, of course. Two good Glenravel men. I know them both. So, yes, it's a small place, but it's a good place.
You have to be careful, right, with what Dan feeds you on these little messages, because sometimes
he's
you're not so sure. Yeah, well, there's an under 20. Is he under 23s doing the Chris Paniatu? Under 23s or under juniors? Yeah,
Dan,
juniors,
can you tell us who's coming up tonight so we can let people know? I know the players are taking a wee break, so maybe you could let us know who's on the live stream. I know we've got John Rule and Glenn Pilkington, fantastic. And we've got David Very, and I think he'll be joined maybe by Mr. Walls or whoever in the booth, so that'll be well worth tuning in.
John Rowe obviously is a former world champion. Glenn Pilkington is
makes windows.
Senior qualifier from West Yorkshire.
Is he a glazier?
Pretty sure he doesn't make windows, although he may.
That's Carl Pilkington. Oh, I put the wrong thing into Google.
so hold on, Wolsey.
This is twice.
Wolsey thinks that John Rowe is going to play Carl Pilkington.
This is twice twice I've done commentary, and twice I've put something in Google and it's auto-corrected. It was the same the other day.
Can you imagine doing
I tried to look up somebody from Mauritius, so I tried to type in Mauritian, and Google self-corrected it to Martian, and I ended up almost reading out the.
Is that because of your world team?
Yeah.
So basically,
there's 7 Martians playing the world team.
Wolsey reckons Carl Pilkington's going to turn up on probably one of his amazing journeys to play in the Masters.
Right, let's try that again.
Do you think, Wolsey, that Carl Pilkington would complain if he didn't win?
Dear Lord. Right, let me try and recover myself by trying to figure out what it.
Would you like me to spell Glenn for you?
Somebody said they knew who this guy was. You said it was.
I know.
Right, Phil, help me out.
He's a senior from West Yorkshire. Plays on the UK Senior Tour. He's a good player.
So he's not here for the seniors, or is he part of the seniors team? You didn't come across him this week?
Not in the seniors team. Right. No, he's.
Will we ask the follow-up question? Is he anyway Northern Irish?
Yeah. Sorry, John was on mute there, but his question was, is he anyway Northern Irish, so we can get him back? So.
No, I'm afraid not.
Those two fellas look the same, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Or one's maybe a little brother of the other. Sean Sharkey's just getting
Sean Sharkey just did his quick meerkat impression.
Sean Sharkey, fine player. Yeah, good lad too. I hope he's in front. I wouldn't mind hearing a score, maybe, lads.
Let me go on mute and try and find it.
Try not to look up Carl Pilkington again, please. I can't remember the show, or I would have had several more gags.
Carl Pilkington's 3-1 up on Tom Cousins, according to my extensive research. They're playing Ricky Gervais in the next round. Let's go back to the proper scores.
Yes, it's an Emporio Money set of boxers for the person who texted in. I can confirm.
Yeah, there you go. So who had somebody? There's a prize, wasn't there, to name the boxers? Yeah.
So who was that? I think that was Cahill Matthews, who was inspecting the boxers. Well done, Cahill.
Now Dan says Chris Paniatu is also known as Chris Pan, right? And his dad is Peter.
So
now. I know I've just fallen for the Carl Pilkington gang, but am I going to sit here and try and say that Chris Paniatu's dad is called Peter Pan? I'm not even sure about the Chris Pan. Is his surname like Dry?
Can I also say that if he breaks Dry, the commentator say crisp and dry? When you laugh at your own
There you
jokes, it's
go.
okay. Do a bit of Galdner, it's good for you.
So Beard Productions would like to apologise for the awful gag that Jim McAllister just dropped. I don't think that was awful at all. I just wish I'd thought of it in time.
So there's the break, and I've put the blank on Mr. Kendall again by saying we'd have a great spread, and we haven't.
I still think he can take reds from here. He's got to go reds anyway.
He's going to use the one over the middle pocket to free the other one up.
That's right.
And if he does... The only other challenging ball, I'm just listening to Mr. Very, he'll be commentating after this match, and he's saying that he could maybe just roll through and still have the one on the left-hand side up the rail, but his only other challenging ball is the one beside the black.
It does go in the bottom right corner though, if you get the right angle.
Maybe we can look at that from above again, please.
Just looking at the shadows, it looks like it goes past that yellow to me. They'll probably look at making that his last ball as well. Certainly taking his time because I think he knows he's actually got an opportunity here to close out the match.
He definitely knows the importance of this finish. And he's played the drop on these two now by the looks of it.
Yeah, he's going to take them early.
I think this could be a framing match. I know the finish isn't exactly 100% straightforward, but I still fancy him to get it.
Well, we had a similar thing, didn't we, the other day when we watched the Hashim and Kevin Mercier match, that you've got a guy who's 6'5" up, he's playing well, and he knows he's kind of got a free hit at this. You know, this is a chance to take a match out, and he's got that little bonus that he is one frame in front. So even if he was to go for it and miss, he does put Nigel on a bit of pressure now, and he hits any sort of lovely shot, he's out the door.
11, Stu Jones from England, Keith Brewer, England.
I mean, it's all going to be on the break of this ball if he decides to go for it, isn't it? If he chips this one into the middle.
I'm surprised. I thought he might have left that just at the minute, took the other two away first. Maybe cleared if he can, clear the yellow that's closest to the black there, that's on the left-hand side, just knocked that away, played the one to the middle and kicked the other one up the line. But I think he might not play these two first, but I'm surprised.
I think this is the way to go, because if he takes this and he takes one into the bottom right, so let's say he just dinks this in, he nudges yellow, right? So hopefully that's what he's going to do.
Just run into the yellow.
Oh, okay, he's done it right.
That's a smarter shot. Because now he can play this one up
Into
the
the top
top
left.
and flick the other one in off the middle. Almost risk free, and if the yellow comes across to block him up top, he's got the other one across. So
I think he was trying to hit that yellow full in the face.
It was.
And then he could have potted the red by the black,
That's what he was
screwed
going
up,
to do.
and then he could have played the two over the thing. I think he's been a little unlucky, he skimmed the edge of it. But he has left him what you said, John. If he does, it looks like he can play this red up here, screw back a little, and maybe nudge it into the middle pocket, the second red. But then this is Kendall, you know. He could roll this up over, you know, he may look at rolling the red up over the top left-hand pocket, leave the white stuck to the yellow, and giving Nigel a hell of a lot of problems. And you wouldn't be surprised because the way he plays and the way his
I think he's going to go for it, but I don't think he'd be disappointed if it doesn't drop.
I don't know if he is.
I don't know. I wonder if he just maybe just bumps this over the pocket because of the way the man plays.
And because of the score and the circumstances in the game too. He's taking a good look at it anyway, which wouldn't suggest that he's guaranteed to be fancying the pot. He's definitely got more than one option in mind.
He's going back to plan A.
I mean, the other thing is, you know, I don't think we mentioned it, but last night he lost that men's quarter-final. Last 16. He was 7-2 up and uncharacteristically somehow managed to lose 8-7. And a couple of the frames he lost was kind of similar to this, where you looked at it and thought, well, he got 7-3, he got 7-4. You thought, right, well, he'll just take a pocket. He won't rush the finish and force it. And a couple he forced it as if he wanted to close the game out. And he's taken a long time over the shot. And I am surprised that he isn't just bumping the red up there, because that to me is a Lee Kendall shot, not trying to cut this red in and go around the table, which is what he seems to be looking at. I mean, maybe there's more gap than we think with that yellow and it'll cross double, but I do think he's taking a bit of a risk. Yeah, and, well, there's lucky there's no shot clock, but...
But again, you look at it, as you said, it's a Lee Kendall shot. I think you summed it up beautifully there, Keith. It's a Lee Kendall shot. So we're not 100% sure as to what he is actually going to do. You know, other players, you definitely fancy him to play an extremely aggressive shot. I'm not so sure he will here. And I think he would I think it all came from not, as I mentioned earlier, hitting that yellow the way he wanted to. He's definitely taking his time and making sure, as we would say. And I think we might see a wee bump around here. And that's what he's played, yeah. It was an insurance shot there, just a wee bump and run.
And that's a Kendall shot. That's the one he was. I think he was looking at playing that 2 minutes ago, and he suddenly started thinking, "Oh, do you know, I might have a little whack at this thing and this thing." And yeah, he's done what he should have done. I think, in my opinion, that's a Lee Kendall shot there. He's not done anything daft. Now he's in control of the frame, and he's really putting the pressure on Nigel. I think he's played that right. In my opinion, he's played it right.
I agree. I think that, you know, you called it early on, Keith, and I knew the minute you said it that that's what he was going to do.
You're absolutely right. I mean, obviously I would have played the daft shot myself, but I'm not Lee Kendall.
Yeah, I don't think it's daft. I mean, there will be other players. If that was a Mick Hill or somebody, then I would have agreed with you and said, look, he's going to try and crack this in and nudge the other one in the centre and, you know, just go about the things. It's just going about it a different way. But the way he was looking, and he's changed his mind, you can see he's wrestling with himself to try and do something he's not. You know, it's not his game.
He's done what he does. He's retained control of the frame, hasn't he?
And that's a lot of how Lee plays. You know, having control of that situation is sort of paramount to the way he plays ball.
But I think there's a thing in players when they play, maybe not at the top level, but most levels, where they feel that if they don't play the aggressive shot, they're standing still instead of thinking, I can hold and hold. And I think sometimes it's maybe even more brave to wait. And that's, he's tried to tie that up, and now the finish is on.
He's tried to cover the red there. I think that's game now.
And Lee's bought himself the chance now, hasn't he? He should be okay. What do
I don't think Nigel saw any other option to what he tried there.
So how do you take these out, Phil? Easiest way?
Well, you drop that in the top, you take the one off the top cushion second, and then the middle pocket one feeds down to the one near the black as your last ball.
I'm going to give a big shout out to Pete McAlonan and Terry Patterson from Ballymoney, who've texted in just to say that they're listening and to keep up the good work. Much appreciate the lads. I hope you're not in work, but I'm sure you're listening flat out. I hope you're enjoying the coverage. It's first class.
And Mark Francis, who plays pool at Boyne Hill Cricket Club, said, "Can you tell Colin Murray I've always enjoyed his commentary?"
Tell Mark that's probably the best compliment I've had today, so thank you.
He said it's a shame that match of the day 2 thing never worked out for you.
I think I would probably know more about football, unfortunately. That's a good solid tune.
Chris Mills, please, table 1. Chris
The fat
Mills,
lady
sponsor.
may be getting out the Listerine here.
She looks like she maybe is going to sing the tune for us.
And Nigel's going to be looking back to the shot where he hooked himself on that black.
Definitely.
And it's going to cost him the game.
And when you're at that level, it is a one-mistake game, and he's only made one per really significant mistake. Missed a couple of finishes, but that one particularly was to a player of his level would have been an extremely easy finish, and he hasn't taken it. That's not the best shot I've seen either. Should still be okay. I think he may use this. Yes, that's good. If we could get a look at that again, he may use this yellow just as a stopper here. Leave himself a black.
This is awkward.
That's what I say. If he rolls through a little bit further, or even screws back a little bit and uses the yellow as a definite stopper, but he's just landed in between the two. I will be bowing out of the booth very soon to be replaced by the one and only David Very. If you're going to go out, be replaced by one of the best. That's what they say. You know, that was like what. Huh. Well, he might, but I doubt it.
He's going middle pocket here.
He has to go. He has to go. I think he has to go middle here, and he's got a full cue ball to aim at here as well, and he's got less distance to travel, and the in-off doesn't look plausible here. So
no, there he just.
I would imagine he will play this.
It over to the left cushion.
He will play this reasonably confidently, and I predict he'll play at a reasonable pace. Not drummed in, but not absolutely rolled and rolled. I think he'll play it mid, make sure of it.
Yeah, I agree.
And there he does, exactly as we
That's
said.
it.
And that's game over. Okay, folks, so it's goodbye from me. I know the other two gents will probably stay on, but I hope you enjoyed listening to me.
No, we definitely need a little break after that.
And
we've had a 2.5 hour session there. But yeah, Lee's going to be happy, isn't he? I mean, he could have easily lost that, and Nigel's going to be looking back at that time. He's hooked himself on the black, and he really should have gone 6-5, and he's been punished. But
finished 7-5 as what he predicted.
Oh Dan. God, yeah. I'm
sorry if you all feel.
Well done, Dan.
Well
sorry
done,
if you all
Dan.
feel you've been robbed of a frame from our commentary team.
Dan O'Rourke on on the cameras there for Beard Production. He said 7-5. Lee Kendall.
I went 7-6.
It was 6-5 at the time, wasn't it?
We're probably watching it on delayed stream.
That's right.
And it finished half an hour ago, and everybody's cleared the arena. We don't know because we're sat in this back room, so it might all be done.
Okay, folks, I'm going to hand over.
Yeah,
right, David.
Okay. David Very's going to take over for a bit, and he'll be commentating on the John Rowe game and Glenn Pilkington, which will be coming up once they've cleared the arena of Lee and Nigel. I'll wait till. Which one did you pick? Did you pick John's?
I picked John's. Yeah.
You picked John's, right?
Number 2.
You're in there. Excellent. Right, I'm going to go and grab a drink. We should catch a bit later on. Do you want any of us back in, Dave?
Oh my God, yes, please. I can't do it on my own. I need someone come and join me.
Oh, we'll have a chat out here and see what's going on. But otherwise, you're on your own, sir.
Tell me about it. Yeah. Yeah, my phone's running. Well, whilst we're waiting for John Rowe and Glenn Pilkington to come on, we'll probably do some adverts. Right, welcome back, people. This is now David Veery, especially over from Belgium, to do a bit of commentary for you. The next match we've got in the World Masters this year is John Rowe, former world champion, versus Glenn Pilkington. I don't know anything about Glenn Pilkington, so if anyone does, by all means send me a message. Looks like Glenn won the lag there. Right, so here we go. First to 7 this match. And already a big hello to Fabrice van der Plas in Belgium. Salut Fabrice, comment ça va? I have to apologise, there might be a bit of French as well for those watching in Belgium, France and all those countries. And hello Donna as well. Let's see if Donna appreciates my commentary tonight. Ouais, tout va bien, Fabrice. Moi, je joue demain à 10h30 du matin. I'm hoping some kind friend's going to join me at the commentary booth rather than be on my own for the whole hour or 2 hours this match is going to be. But in the meantime, I'm afraid you just have to put up with my commentary for the time being. Bless you, Donna, thank you. So if anyone's got any questions to ask, by all means send me messages via Messenger or WhatsApp if you've got my phone number. So Glenn's got the first bite of the cherry here to go for the first frame. He's on reds. He is eyeing up that tricky cut into the middle bag first. He's got one tricky red to contend with, and he's just working out how to open that one up to finish off this frame. Oh, that didn't work. So now John Rowe's got 2 visits on yellows. And looking where the balls are, I think there's only one slightly tricky yellow, so I fully expect him to clear up here. Not the start that Glenn was looking for there. Wasn't quite sure what he was attempting there, to be honest, but... Try and nudge this yellow just over the middle bag. Perfect hit. Absolutely lovely, that shot. So if he's now saved his 2 shots for the black if he needs it. So I'll put John firmly favourite to be 1 up after this visit. So Dan, cameraman, have you got any predictions for the score on this one, since you were bang on the money for the last game? So you've gone for 7-2 John Rowe. Funnily enough, I was thinking it's probably going to be 7-3 John Rowe. So far both of us gone for John Rowe. No surprise, as he's a former world champion and won numerous events in the UK as well. And we'll see what Carl Pilkington does here as well. Absolutely. Could be entertaining though.
Right, the following players are now through on a walkover. Chadwin Johnson, South Africa. Jamie Kitchen from Northern Ireland and Steve Whitlow. So you're all through to the next round.
So confident, solid start from John there. He's been here for a few days now, so he's sort of used to the tables because he played in the World Singles as well. Yeah, that was following on from the previous commentary, Donna. Did I call him Carl Pilkington? Because that's what Gimme Guinness, when he was trying to find a bit of information on Glenn Pilkington, came up on Google. It auto-corrected it to Carl Pilkington for him. In joke there, sorry.
Lee Mannion, Sherbaz Denali from Mauritius, and Braden Chetty from South Africa. If you're in the room, come and see me, please.
So, second frame, John Rowe to break. They've been splitting really nicely on this table tonight, so we'll see what he gets from it. Yep, so that's balls down. And they're nicely spread as well. So it looks like he's going to go for yellows here. Probably be wrong there, having said that. Maybe I should be safe and just wait a second, but they look relatively simple to clear up here. Straight away he's got into position for the slightly awkward yellow left. He's going to screw across and probably go for the yellow in the other middle bag after that. And then go back up for the three yellows, come back down for the last yellow, perfect for the black into the middle bag on the left-hand side. We'll see if he does it. Can't believe I've been left on my own here. Last match there was 3 commentators, and now it's just me or myself. Anyone else in France and Belgium watching this? Ooh, that was unexpected. So an unexpected chance here for Glenn. They're all there for him, so let's just see how comfortable he feels on the table now. Can't be easy. One of the first times probably on the live stream table as well. Playing against a former world champion. He's got to be a little bit nervous for this match. So if he gets a frame under his belt, he'll feel a lot more comfortable. Hello, Johan de Porta from Belgium. Big Johan. Everyone over here knows him. Hope you're enjoying the commentary and the live stream from Beard Promotions, Johan. Goedenavond. Beard Productions. I must have said something wrong there, so I'm sure I said Beard Productions. Must be your hearing, Dan. Otherwise, I've just renamed it for you. Probably a better name, whatever I said, to be honest with you, so we'll just have to see. Promotions. I never said promotions. It's your hearing, Dan. So what's your prediction for this match then, Johan? Yeah, Emma can't make it tonight, unfortunately. She had a prior engagement at the Nordies bar tonight, but myself and Emma will be back in the commentary booth on Monday for the ladies singles semi-finals, and then on Tuesday for the ladies singles final. So far Glenn's doing pretty well with these clearances. This is a tricky shot because it's slightly awkward queuing. He's just really got to focus to get the red because he's guaranteed to be on the last red and the black after that. So this is a key shot for him. Oh, you can see his shoulder move a little bit on that one. That's just the nerves telling. Just needs to get that frame under his belt, I feel. Otherwise this match could go quite quickly. And I'll be back at the bar then. Goedenavond, Faber and Johan. And all lobsters around the world. Is this the last streamed match then tonight, Dan? Or is there another match after this, depending what happens in this one? Yeah, your hand pointed out to me that if someone's shoulder moves on the shot in Belgium, it's tend to be known as a Fabby Wabby shot. And this is actually the last match for tonight, guys. So enjoy it whilst you can. But it won't be long before we're back on, because I'm sure it's probably going to be back on at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Challenge there is always to find a commentator for the graveyard shift first thing in the morning, especially on a Sunday morning, or Saturday morning even. Forget what day I am in there. So John got a reprieve there from Glenn just missing that last red down the cushion. He's going to need a good break now and try and ease those nerves a little bit. Let's hope he gets one under his belt. So there's a red down from the break. And the reds look lovely in this. It's just that one red on the left-hand side. Can't quite tell whether that goes in the corner bag. But I'm sure if he gets behind it, he can get it into the middle bag. No, the yellows look lovely, even. We'll see. Didn't see that yellow over the top cushion there. Oh, just had a question from Donna. Who's my shout for the men's and ladies singles world championship this year? Well, for the men's, the key match in the semi-final is going to be Tom Cousins versus Mick Hill. But I can't see anyone but Tom Cousins winning it this year. He's absolutely strolled through all his matches so far. And whilst I haven't seen him play in the UK Pool Tour, he's won all 3 events that have been played so far this year. So he just can't remember what it's like to lose a match, I would say. So as much as Mick Hill is probably the biggest challenge left for him, I still think Tom Cousins will probably win it this year. And with the ladies, that's a little bit more open. I think Champs is probably the favourite at this stage. But there's others. It looks like we have another commentator coming along. Bear with me a second. Well, it looks like we've got 2 new commentators coming along here, both Lax and Aki. Go on then, Lax. Get a drink. Yeah, if you could get me one as well, actually, that'd be great. Right, so I missed the start here. So it looks like Glenn's on yellows, but John's now on the table. I'm hoping the caption's right. Yeah, I think with the ladies' singles as well, all four are very capable of winning it. But the fact Amy's got to the last two finals, won it 2 years ago, lost last year to Sabria, who's not here this year, I think she's got to be the favourite going into the semi-finals, but that counts for nothing. We'll just have to see what happens on the day. So a bit of safety play coming in here now. Hasn't quite worked to his plan. But there's still one tricky yellow for Glenn to contend with next to that red that's tied up there. But all the others go. Can't quite see from here whether that yellow might be able to go into the middle bag. Or, yeah, it certainly goes into the corner bag, so he's got a chance here. It's a good start, good control of the white there. I'm hoping I'm going to get some co-commentators. They start umming and ahhing whether to do it tonight or tomorrow morning, but hopefully they will come back tonight to give me a bit of a respite here. Fingers crossed. If nothing else, they should bring me some amber nectar, so that should be okay. So at least Glenn's managed to slow the game down a bit, which I think works in his advantage. It's always nice to just slow the game down. It gives him a better chance to feel the table, get the feel of the cloth, the speed of the balls on the cloth, because it is slightly different, the speed on this table, on the match table. It's running a little bit slower than the other tables in the room. Now what's he looking at here? Is he looking to pop that yellow out, screw into the other yellow into the corner bag? Is he going for the killer shot here, or is he just looking to tie it up a little bit more? Yeah, he tried to cover that pocket with the yellow. Hasn't quite managed it, unfortunately. So it wasn't a bad choice of shot there. It's just unfortunately now he hasn't covered the pocket. John's got a straight clearance here. He can work his way up the table to clear up these balls. Looks like this red goes past the yellow, but he's having a good look. So maybe he's a bit concerned, but looks from here it goes. So a big mention to King Lobster Mo, who's also listening into this commentating. Not quite sure why you want to call me Waffle for a different reason, but a bit harsh, I thought.
From Mauritius. Come top table and see me.
Good to see that you've chosen Malta as a holiday location in February next year. So he's slightly run out of position here now. He's got a little bit more work to do with the white ball. So he's going to go for this pot and come back up for the top reds. He's not feeling comfortable here. That's just a bit of dust on the table. He's just being fussy here. Oh, he obviously didn't like it. So this is the perfect chance now for Glenn Pilkington to get himself into this match. I think this is key. If he's got any chance to have a chance of winning this match, he's going to have to clear these 4 balls up. Not quite sure if that black goes past the red in the corner bag there, but maybe a different camera angle will show me that. Oh, he's run out of position already here, so it's made it slightly trickier. He's definitely not got himself at ease as yet. He's got that pot in now, but he's run out of position with the white ball. It's not going to be easy for the white to get back up for the black now, so he's left himself a tricky clearance now. Yeah, he forced it too much there. He didn't quite have the angle to get the white back up. He should have just concentrated on making sure of the pot and leave himself a slightly trickier black. So surely this time John won't give him a 3rd chance. We'll see what happens here. Oh my word. Who saw that coming? Now, this is becoming a critical frame in this match now. Another extra chance here, 2 shots now. But things can still go wrong here, even with 2 shots. Let's see how smooth his cueing is here. Perfect angle here.
Right, good evening and welcome to the Imperial
that's
Hotel for the 2017 World Masters. Those that are just joining us. So you're aware we're playing matches in this room and also in the Washington Suite, which is past reception on the
And there we go.
side.
You didn't expect that then. So back into the match, Glenn. Only 2-1 down now. That'll take a few of the butterflies away from him, and hopefully now we'll see what he can do as well. John had a great chance there to go 3-0 up, and with the break, he had a good break. He could have sort of nearly gone past halfway stage to the win. Et Fabrice, non, les trous sont grands, mais pas aussi grands que l'année dernière. Les tapis ne sont pas aussi rapides que l'année dernière, alors c'est pour ça que c'est un peu plus difficile de jouer. Mais ils sont toujours grands, mais c'est parce que ce sont des nouvelles tables, hein, c'est normal. Hein.
The best of 13 frames, and you'd like for the break. If you're unfortunate to lose in the first round or the prelim round, there's a plate competition, which is £10 to enter. And you come and give your name and your £10 entry into the top table. If you need a refereeing decision, there's a referee in each of the rooms. If you're not happy with that decision,
so ball spotted off the break.
Referee, and the senior referee's decision is final.
I think red seemed to be my popular choice because they all go. Yellows all go as well, but it's slightly trickier there to be fair. So I think they'll probably.
Craig Hart versus Paul White.
We'll see.
Table 8, Ian Corliss, Mark Fletcher. We have Luke Gilbert, Lachlan McCourtney from Australia, please. Joe O'Connor, Alan Kirkman from Scotland. Antoine Aquilina from Malta, Craig Lauder.
Wow. A long way out there.
Mohammed
So even John's not feeling too comfortable here at the moment. I think that last miss in the previous frame is still in his head at the moment. But he's now managed not only to miss that pot, but tie up 2 of his reds as well. So at the moment, yellows are favourites in this frame all of a sudden with that shot. I think he's going to use this to try and split up that yellow and black. Yep. Oh, he's a bit unlucky there. He's now got another problem to solve, which, having just tied up another yellow with that black. And has he got the angle to get past that yellow so that he can pot it? Because if he does, he's got a chance there and then to play it with a bit of right-hand side to actually free up those 2 balls again. Because he should be onto the yellow back in the middle after that, but I can't see from this angle if he's got that angle or not.
Joe O'Connor, please, top table.
Has to be said, can't remember the last time I saw John Rowe hit 2 shots like that in the past, so I'm sure he's going to settle back into the match. But Glenn's still got a problem here at the moment. Not quite sure how he's planning to... maybe that yellow does go in the corner still. We'll see. Oh no, tried to nudge it there. I don't think he ever had the angle to do that with where the red was there, to be honest, but... He's still got another chance to split them, or alternately, he could probably just like nudge that yellow towards the bag and just there on the side of safety, because there's 2 reds on the cushion there, aren't going anywhere at the moment. We'll just see what he fancies at this stage.
Can I have Chris Dyson, Carl O'Donoghue, please, top table. Warren Falzon, Tom Price.
Probably the wise shot, but unfortunately he's not managed to cover the pocket. He's managed to cover it for the black, but at least he's given himself a bit of time there. John could be going to the top cushion and trying to nestle in behind those 2 reds to open them up and snooker in behind those 2, whilst at the same time making them available for him, but we'll see what he goes for. Looks like he's going for that shot. He must have heard me. He's played it harder than I thought he would, to be honest. So he's given Glenn another chance here.
Tom Price.
Excellent shot there. Little screw back, nice easy black, back to 2-all. Like me, he's not blessed being 7 foot tall, so he's going to have to use the rest here probably. So there's probably a little time out to find a rest at this stage. Oh dear.
Mark Fletcher, table 8, please. Mark Fletcher,
unfortunately his rest skills are as good as mine on that one there.
A couple of minutes, that match will be on the clock.
But he could have come out a lot worse there, to be fair. So he's actually got total snooker there as well. But really he's just got to hit one of his reds at the top there, and it should be a snooker back unless there's a gap between those two reds next to the black. So he's just got to be a bit careful there. So he's hit it. Oh, that couldn't have... Oh, has that stopped in time? Possibly one of the few spaces he could have actually left him on here. But this is a lot harder than the previous yellow that he had. Still definitely gettable. Not quite sure, actually. I think he can just clip it but not pot it. We'll see what he does.
Terry.
Yeah, good containing shot there for the time being. Couldn't really do much else from where he was left. And it looks like my promised commentators have decided to stay at the bar. So it looks like, unfortunately, you guys are stuck with me for the time being.
Next match on table 6, Ashraf Farage, Morocco, James Feely, Scotland.
I've had a few suggestions for co-commentating at this stage, but so far still no one has come along. Oh, what an out that was. Awesome out the snooker on that one. Something tells me he's going to be snookered again here, though, so he's going to have to use his skills, but clearly he knows how to get out of snookers. Yeah, John's decided to have a positive outlook now. I think a couple of shots before he just wanted to get that one out of his system. He's got the safety of that red covering the pocket. Possibly the yellow might go past there. So he's just got to be a bit careful still. This will be a good test. Let's see if his cueing's back to normal again.
Second call for Mark Fletcher, table 8. Second call, Mark Fletcher.
I've given him the kiss of death a few times this time, so we'll just see what he does. Yeah, perfect. Looks like he's got rid of those chicken wings now, so he's perfectly placed. And it's 3-1 to John. So Glenn's going to have to start getting a few frames on the board now. That should give him a bit of confidence back, though. If I could choose a dream commentator, who would it be and why? I'll have to think about that one. To be honest, I thought me and Emma did a pretty good job last week, a couple of days ago. But I'll see if I can come up with any others. So Glenn to break here. That looks like a good break. Reds look beautiful here. Didn't play that with too much confidence there, so he's now left himself with a tricky red, but there's plenty of opportunities to get back down there.
The game between Ian Claus and Mark Fletcher is now on the clock.
I've had another suggestion for a dream commentator, but no, Emma still wins it at the moment. I don't know if anyone else fancies it.
Next match on table 8, Alan McLeod, Scotland, Daniel Edwards.
So has anyone else got any questions they'd like to send me for the time being? Now Glenn's trying to work out whether to put the red in the middle, left middle first, to get onto the tricky red, or to get rid of this red, and he's decided to get rid of this easy red side first. And now he should just drop this red in, leave himself for the other red in the middle bag, screw back and leave himself for the tricky red last to get on the black. Alright, we have a question. Based on the current squads and who players currently playing, who would your dream team of men's side 7+3 subs? Blimey, I don't know enough players for that many. And women's 5+2 subs be? Wow. That's only got me thinking for the next hour. I think the ladies at the moment would be a mixture of England, Northern Ireland and Australia, with Emma Cunningham from Northern Ireland. Australia have got players who've done really well in singles this year, which is Colby Poole, Taylor Mayer and Lindell. So that's 4. And then the remaining team, I would say, probably would be a choice of the ladies from the England side, such as Barbara Taylor. Can't use Amy because she's not playing in it. Katie Martin. I think I've got enough now, haven't I? Is that 7? Might be 6. Let's say it's 7, then that's easy. So this commentary is now being watched as well by plenty of locals in Blackpool, because this tournament has created a lot of interest in Blackpool each year, being in the World Championships. And a big shout out to Cassie and Ben, who are celebrating their 3rd anniversary tonight. Hope you're having a good time and enjoying the commentary. Your prediction for 6 qualifying teams in the men's section and the finalists. Well, the finalists I already said a couple of days ago. I reckon the final's going to be this year is, I'll stick to my guns, which is England versus India. But the other teams to qualify, I'd say Northern Ireland, Wales, Scotland and Ireland. There you go. So I think Australia, Malta, Morocco and Mauritius will miss out on that one. For the men's team, I'll have a think about that later, because there's too many players to think about. Obviously, I'd be in the men's team, even though I'm not there for the team event, but in the singles. So I'd obviously be there as number 1. Oh, perfect. After this frame, there's going to be a little break. Gives me a chance to replenish myself. So if Glenn could just nick this one as well to make it 3-all at the break, he'll be feeling very well very good about himself. Bearing in mind, 2.5 frames into the match, it didn't look like it was going his way. Big double here for John if he gets this. Massive moment in the match. No, didn't even get near it on that one. Surprising. He's normally very good at doubles. He's not feeling comfortable tonight, John. There could be a shock on the cards here, guys. Already Dan's prediction of 7-2 is looking a bit iffy now. And Glenn trying to containing safety at this stage, but he's actually still left that yellow open. So I can see John going for it this time. You'll be glad to hear, guys, that we've got a fellow commentator coming along, so you don't have to get bored with my dulcet tones anymore. We'll be doing it together.
So that's muted.
He's just working out at the moment when it's muted or not, so clearly it wasn't muted when he said that's muted. So John's left himself a little bit in betwixt and between there. He's going to have to go for this tricky one in the top corner bag to leave himself that one over the corner bag last. Hi Steve, how you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you, David.
You should have come a minute earlier because they asked me my predictions for the top 6 and the final of the men's team, and I said it would be England-India final. They didn't ask me who was going to win, but they just asked me who the finalists are.
Yeah, we've had some close ones, 10-11, 10-11, 10-11. Lost 2. Played the stronger teams earlier on at the start. And, you know,
you lost them all to the last game, didn't you?
Yeah.
Had you won that, I think you'd have been safe for the second seeded place, haven't you? But you've just got to fight for that now.
Yeah, I think we've got Australia and Ireland to play on Monday.
Yeah, you've still got a few games to play, haven't you? Because some teams have only got 1 match to play now.
Yeah, we've still got 2 to play on Monday. So.
But I think a lot of people want you guys to win because you've been coming years and years and years. You've done a few semi-finals, I think, haven't you?
Yeah, we've done a couple of semi-finals, but
just to get across that winning line this time, isn't it?
Well, this year, I mean, myself and part-time, we were going to play in the seniors, but you know, they called us for the men's, so we decided to play for the men's. I think it's going to be our last year for the men's, and next year we will be playing for the seniors team.
Well, that should be a strong team then, shouldn't it?
Yeah, hopefully.
Because I think in 2 years' time, Belgium will have a seniors team as well.
Really?
Because there's, because there's quite a few of us that are going there, so the seniors is just growing from strength to strength at this stage.
I haven't played on these tables, so I find them really, really slow.
They are slower than last year, aren't they? But
Yeah.
these two tables are even slightly slower than
They
the other
are.
ones. But having said that, last year they were lightning fast, so maybe just a little bit slow is probably making it easier to control, because I remember last year they were absolutely lightning fast.
So Glenn's got a possible finish on here.
He's done well to get back into the game, because it looked like it was going to run away from him at the
Yeah,
beginning.
I predicted probably 7-2, 7-3 earlier on when Glenn was missing some shots. But
Yeah.
then,
But John's missed a few shots
He
here.
has, yeah.
He's not comfortable at the moment.
no,
And again, this is a big moment just before they go to a break to try and level up at 3-all.
yeah.
But again, that hasn't quite gone right. So what happened to Lax? Lax told me he was going to do a bit of commentating, then he bottled out in the end.
Yeah, I think he's had to go somewhere, so...
He tweaked it, did he?
He tweaked it.
Lax, if you're listening, I'm still waiting for that drink that you promised me.
Next race on table 12, chirurgical Maurice.
Obviously, it looks like he's going to put the top two,
Wales.
one down the bottom and leave the black in the left-hand middle pocket.
And apologies for repeating myself, because they didn't hear it the first time. So a big shout out to Cassie and Ben, who are locals from Blackpool, who are enjoying their 3rd anniversary tonight. Hope you're enjoying the evening and also the commentary. Fingers crossed you heard it this time. Hi to Ryan Milky Shaw from Channel Islands. How you doing, mate? So he's done well here, Glenn. He's feeling a bit more comfortable now.
Yeah, he's stroking the ball a little bit better now.
Yeah.
isn't he?
And just as you've arrived, we're now going to a commercial break, I believe.
Right, we'll see you right back.
Australia. Next mate on table 11. Shane Layring, Sadwicka and Don
Welcome back, guys.
Goody.
Got Glenn breaking here. So now it's a best of 7 in effect, isn't it? You're now on.
Oh, lovely. Thank you very much. It's technology. Many of you may or may not know John Rowe is from Peterborough and owns the Court, Pool and Snooker Club with his business partner, Darren Hope. It's a fantastic place. If you're ever in Peterborough, obviously that's where I play from as well. They're very kind to let me practice on them for the World Championships.
I think they've got a Chinese 8-ball table there as well, haven't they?
Yeah.
What's that like to play on?
I personally haven't played on it because obviously I like to play pool, snooker, 9-ball, and
Just everything but Chinese 8-ball so far.
Well,
then.
the thing is, if I get to like Chinese 8-ball, I'll want to keep another cue in my case, and I don't know if you've seen my case or not.
Have you got more cues than me?
I've got about 4 or 5 cues in.
Oh,
in
you
my
sound
case.
like me then. Have you got like a fishing sort of like tackle with you?
They actually call it a coffin.
Oh, you've actually got a monster case then,
absolutely,
okay.
Yeah. So I've been practicing a lot in Peterborough at the court. So I just want to say thanks to all the guys that have been practicing with me as well.
I've just been showed a picture of it. Yep, it is a bit of a monster case. Funnily enough, there's actually a couple of players in France and their cue cases are even bigger than that.
Really?
It is a monster.
Wow. It's quite heavy because I've got my snooker extensions in there as well and my glasses. So, I mean, that's the main reason why I've got the...
You need a case that big for your glasses, do you?
Yeah, because if you think the width of the glasses, they're going to fit in there without affecting the cue, and then the depth of the case, etc. You know, I mean, I was quite fortunate. I managed to get hold of that, and it suits me fine.
Which game do you prefer out of all the ones that you play then?
I'm really liking the pool. Obviously, I used to play 9-ball a lot, and at that time I enjoyed 9-ball. Prior to that, when I was cueing really well, I was playing snooker, but you know, again, that was my favourite sport. But now, because of the eyes and...
Same as me. I started from snooker, then I did 9-ball like you. I did on the UK pool tour for a while, before it became sort of the GB9 tour.
That's right. Yeah, and then I think I might have actually even played in a tournament with yourself.
Probably,
times.
yeah. It's a while back now. In the days that Tommy Donnell and that lot were playing.
That's right, yeah. And now, obviously, playing pool, but I never really used to play pool with a pool knowledge. Just used to pop balls because that's what I was able to do. But having played at the club and the standard of players, you know, in Peterborough, they're very, very good.
Are there any other sort of top pros or top pool players that play there apart from you two?
Yeah, absolutely. I can reel off quite a few players, and I apologise if I miss anybody out. But obviously, there's
probably mention 2 or 3. Otherwise, if you start mentioning 100 of them, then
yeah. I mean, the colleague of mine came down. Lee McShaney came down with me. There's Sam, Darren Hope, obviously, AD Bonzo, who's our captain. You know, Lloyd, Mick. There's quite a few of us. Obviously, we go down to Yarmouth quite a lot as well. Done quite well there.
Yeah. So basically, as the eyes are getting worse, you're going for smaller tables as it goes along then, is it? I don't think there's any smaller tables than the ones that we play on, though, is there?
No. If there was, I would definitely take it up. So it looks like Glenn could go full 3 up here.
Yeah, he's got perfect. Just screw back a little bit here.
Yeah.
Perfect angle. It's just drop-ins now, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just got to make sure he's cueing straight.
Yeah.
And apparently at John's club, is it the Court Club, is it?
It is the Court, Pool and Snooker Club, yeah.
Yeah, they've got a weekend-long double eliminator at the end of July there. Are you playing in that?
I think I might actually on the seniors tour on that one.
Oh, you miss out on that one then.
Yeah.
So it gives everyone else a chance.
Yeah, and I believe the manager, Ivan Knight, he's arranging a 24-hour marathon for charity.
That's a great recovery there. He's slightly run out of position there, but he's recovered well there.
Yeah,
Glenn's feeling a lot more comfortable now. If anything, I'd say Glenn's probably feeling more comfortable on the table than John is at the moment.
Flowing a little bit more now, doesn't he?
John needs to get his act together now.
Well, it's his break. He has got a monster break. I keep telling him to change it to a breaking cue, because one of these days I'm sure he's going to snap the ferrule off.
I've snapped 2 ferrules off. That's why I always use an American pull cue to break off, just to protect the ferrule more than anything else. So, surprising scoreline here, especially as John started well. It's now Glenn 4, John 3. So Glenn only needs 3 more to win. So it's getting to the stage where John's going to start thinking, he's going to get possibly a bit nervy, thinking that he's not that far away from the winning line, but long way yet. So you're playing the Masters this weekend?
Playing the seniors.
Oh, in the seniors. Have you started already? Because I saw some people played today already.
Yeah, I was supposed to play at 7 o'clock, but the chap who I was supposed to play
Was scared off.
I like to think that, but the actual truth was he said he had to go to Ireland tomorrow, so even if he had beaten me, he wouldn't have been able to.
Oh, that's nice, because some people sometimes play it and then disappear, don't they? We're past the watershed. I nearly said something I shouldn't have.
Right, so reds, possibly.
Yeah,
even yellows, really.
Yeah, it's 50-50 at this stage, isn't it? But again, another dry break by John there. So I think your tip of getting a break cue might be a good tip there for him.
Well, every time I break and I don't get anything, he always calls it a fake cue. Fake break cue.
Oh, didn't expect that to miss the way he's been playing the last few frames.
I fancy John to clear up in.
You'd expect so, wouldn't you? But he's still got a bit to contend with. He's got a bit of traffic to manoeuvre around. It's all about the cue ball position. If he starts getting his cue ball positioning spot on, then I do fancy him to clear. But good test for him there.
Yeah, I think he's going to take the bottom 3 out somehow. Probably the red in the bottom left first and the red in the middle, maybe, then come across.
Or maybe the red at the bottom and then
this one,
the other red in the,
or even
the other bottom corner, the 2.
Or even the bottom red into the
There's Peter
left-hand
Bosworth from
bottom.
Australia in the room, please. Peter Bosworth.
We'll see what he
Australia
decides.
in the room, come and see us.
He's got a few options. That's why he's just weighing up the best way for him to go. He's still got both options. He could go for the red in the middle bag and position himself, screw back down for the red down the bottom.
The thing is also in these middle pockets, you can't really whack them in that hard.
Yeah, you've got to be just careful, don't you? But I think he's going to go for the one in the middle bag. It makes more sense.
Yeah. That's what I
That was
predicted.
better cueing there.
Yeah, the same red in the left-hand bottom pocket.
He's gone a little bit too far, though.
Yeah.
'Cause he's going to go into that yellow, and you never know what's going to happen when you kiss into the other yellow.
Well, I think
So he might have to play it with a
because
bit
I
of
played
pace.
with John quite a lot.
Oh, he's maybe looking at a second option there. Might be deciding to leave that one.
He might be looking at cannon the yellow he's going to naturally cannon into.
Yeah.
And then the middle yellow of the 5, the white ball cannons into that one, and perhaps.
But he might be thinking that might tie up the red in the middle there as well. So I'm not sure if he's eyeing up that top red in the top right-hand corner here. No, he's not. He's sticking to this one down here, which is normally the better way of doing it. Just clear the balls down this side first and focus at the top table. But he's definitely looking at it.
Yeah, he's going for the one that you suggested.
He is, isn't he? This is a good test as well. Didn't quite hit that the way he wanted to, but he got the right result there. He wanted a bit more screw on there. He didn't mean to kiss into that red.
But, again, I think it's down to the cloth. If it's a faster cloth, then obviously you get a lot more action on it. So still got to figure out how he's going to get to the bottom red and the middle red.
Yeah. They both go, but it's just getting the right angle to be able to get from one to the other. because that one in the middle is, if it was just a little bit further up the table, it would be a very easy shot. He's got options, we'll see. Ooh. Yeah, he's just playing containing. He didn't fancy going for the clearance because it is quite tricky, those two positioning there, and he's now aware of that. I think if he was 5-0 up or in that position, he would have gone for the dish.
And I think it shows character as well when you've only got 3 or 4 balls left on the table and they're on in open space and not on cushions.
Because it's also a bit like chess, isn't it? Because if you've got less balls, you're normally the underdog, but he's in a good position here. But I think he did the right thing there, just to slow it down and not chase.
I think it shows character, not chasing.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of people try and chase it when they've just had a few bad frames. So do you know this Glenn Pilkington person at all or not?
I don't know him a lot. I know that I play on the seniors tour with him. Very capable player.
You played against him yet?
I can't remember, I'll be honest with you, is the truth.
How have you done on
possibly have. I possibly have played him.
How have you done on the seniors? Is this a national seniors tour or is it more regional?
No, national.
National. How have you done so far in it?
This is my second year. The first year I got to 2 finals and a quarter-final and a semi-final.
Okay.
So out of 5, that's not too bad. This year I think there's been 2 events. The first event I think I probably got to the quarters. And the second event, Stoke at Lee Kendall Space, I won the plate.
Okay, so good then. Yeah. And who won that event, the main event?
Both times this year, Partab.
Oh, so it's a bit of an Indian domination at the moment then.
Absolutely, yeah.
It used to be Keith Brewer and Russell Burgess, but now the Indian boys are dominating it and taking the money home.
Well, we're hoping to.
Am I right in thinking that you can play on the seniors tour once you turn 49?
Yeah, as long as you reach 50 by the 1st of January, because that's when it starts. So any time in between. Yeah, so you can join the...
As long as you turn 50 by when, sorry?
It must be the 1st of January then,
okay.
or within the...
So believe it or not, I'm actually going to be 50 on the 27th of December next year. Right. So that means I can actually play on the seniors tour next year.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know people think I'm only about 35, but...
So we'll have to watch out for yourself with those.
So Glenn Pilkington is from the Keighley area near Leeds.
Well, I think he's left John on now.
And he's been voted as Chris Melling's best positional and tactical player. There you go. There's a little fact that I bet you guys didn't know. I didn't realise there's an award for that. So I missed what Glenn tried to do there, but he seems to have potted a few of his balls and just left it nicely wide open for John there, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think...
I'm not quite sure what he tried to do there.
I took my eye off the tape, but I think he went for a plant or something.
This looks straightforward now, doesn't it?
Well, it's got to be a little bit careful because if he rolls it in, he can only see the top red, possibly.
Yeah, which as long as he pots it cleanly.
It's a thin cut.
Be able to pot that one first.
I don't know if you can see the bottom red once he rolls this red in.
It's probably safer going for the slightly lower, as we see it, red there, because if he does a thin clip, he could snook himself behind that yellow.
And there's a good angle to show us, so he's going to have to at least screw back a couple of inches.
Yeah, otherwise it's too straight. Yeah, he's a bit straight now.
I think he's going to have to go for the bottom.
If he starts, yeah, he's going to have to go for thin. But then do you try and kiss onto that yellow, or do you try and come up and down the table to try and avoid it all?
No, I think he's going to play it slow, try and cannon the yellow. If he misses the yellow, he could snooker himself. If he hits it too slow, it might roll off. So he's in a
you never want to. Always worry about the roll-offs, don't you?
Yeah, and this is quite a thin cut from what it looks like. It's too thick.
It rolled. It's either too thick or it rolled off, but you missed that by a long way.
And that's
always the danger there, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah. That's why I would have probably tried to hit it a bit harder to get back up the top to take any sort of roll out the equation. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. It might be a roll there, but I'm not sure.
Well,
could be a finger mark. We'll go for the finger mark
because I think somebody else complained about the roll, and Stan, the engineer,
he put his old beer mats under the old slate, didn't he?
he proved it was actually quite straight, and the player was actually queuing with a little bit of side. Oh, that's a great shot to start his clearance.
We'll see how good he is on his doubles now on those 2 yellows, won't we?
Yeah. Will he go for 1 double or 2?
You've got to go flash. You've got to go for 2 doubles, haven't you? You're on the live stream. You live once.
Yeah. I mean, what he could do, I suppose, go for the top, the yellow above the black between the reds. He could go for that one first to double that. He hasn't got that angle.
He hasn't. They could clip off the black. Think it could go into the middle bag off the black. Or we could,
the only thing
could go for the long yellow and then screw back up to leave another double. We'll see what he looks at.
Yeah.
Certainly can't go for the double on that yellow.
No. I mean, I think he's going to play the thin clip off the black.
The other match I commentated on this week so far was actually India versus Morocco.
Oh, did you?
And that was a quality match, that was, because you guys went like 8-3 ahead, and then Morocco suddenly pulled out all the stops and got it back to a decider. And that decider could have gone either way. Yeah, so he's gone for that option off the red. So he's played that well. He's now got a big pressure shot. Miss, you lose, get it in. He's 5-3 up with only...
I think he's
see what
flowing.
his cue arm's going.
Yeah, he's flowing. Oh, I fancy him to get this.
Yeah, good cueing there.
Middle of the pocket. Yeah, the Morocco game, I think my first game come out with quite a good clearance. I had 2 shots, a couple of balls were tied up. I had to play cross double on the first one, a long pot and then cannon another ball out, and double kiss another ball, but I managed to get that. And then my second game, I missed an easy pot, I'll be honest with you. And the third game, I think the chap cleared up on me.
Yeah, but funnily enough, you predicted that you were going to get the winning frame in that match, didn't you? You actually predicted it before the match.
Did I?
Yeah, that's what he said to Beard Productions. Said, watch my last match, my last frame. That'll be the one that wins the whole match.
Yeah. So, yeah.
And you let us down.
We've been... I've had quite a few 11-10s.
You always do in these World Championships. I think this year's probably, apart from England, who are probably favourites.
Yeah, absolutely.
Apart from that, there's no team that sticks out as the second favourites.
But again, even with England, you know, they beat us 11-10, but they haven't really got a good record against us. Speaking to Steve,
so they'll be worried playing you in the knockout stages if you get there, because knockout stages are shorter matches as well, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I hope so.
First to 8 instead of first to 11.
Because, I mean, they don't really make a lot of noise in the background.
No, they don't, whereas India make a lot of noise.
Yeah, and I think that adds a little bit of pressure onto them, and that's an extra frame for us, really.
Thanks for that, Dan. Tony Troughton is 4-all in the Seniors Masters versus Ian Moffat.
10 minutes, and that's from 10 o'clock when he should have been here. So he's currently 4-0 now.
You might want to explain what that one is about. All right, so John's on the table now. He's tied the black out though. Yeah. It's not going his way at the moment, is it?
No, I mean, obviously the red next to the black, that's going to now possibly be his last ball.
Oh. We nearly had a problem commentating there.
Nearly, we wouldn't have. And there he goes to prove me wrong.
Yep, it's his first ball, not his last ball, but never mind.
Right.
He's now setting himself up for that being the last ball now, you see.
Yeah, I mean, under normal circumstances, I know John would have gone for the clearances, definitely. I mean, I've played with him so many times.
Yeah.
And he gets clearances that are just crazy.
He's just not feeling at ease at the moment, is he?
No, he's not feeling at ease. I think he's going to...
Sometimes you get that as well when you're playing players that you know on paper you should beat.
Yeah.
But now that it's 5-3 to Glenn, he's slightly feeling it a little bit.
Yeah, Glenn's got the momentum.
Yep. He's seeing a chink in the armour at the moment, and he's making the most of it.
But John is tactically absolutely fantastic. It'd be interesting to see how he turns this around.
Some scores here for you. Adam Glover won 7-5 against Ryan Ives. Dylan Leary won a last frame decider against Lewis Calcutt. And Carl Boys won a last frame decider, also 7-6, against a very well-known Mauritius player. Oh, he's missed that. I think it's 2 shots, isn't it?
No, I think he hit.
Oh, did he? Oh, I missed
off
that.
The red. Yeah,
sorry, I missed that.
red.
And he saw the last bit of that shot.
I think John doesn't want to leave a Glenn a chance to move the yellow and black.
Yeah.
So if he moves them out, he's got obviously becomes really strong favourite with the 2 reds up the top.
But his red's lovely placed to just, for John's case, but he's obviously to move that red, yellow and black. But he's now got the problem at the top of the table. So we've got a bit of a chess match here at the moment. Talking about chess matches, the seniors tour then, is it a fudge fest or is it a bit of a potting fest these days? Give me a bit of a heads up before next year.
I think a lot of it is fudge fest. It is a lot. I mean, we all know obviously Keith Brewer.
Yeah. How's he done this year? Because he's not quite had the week that he was expecting here.
No, well the thing is, all these people that are turning 49 to 50, they're all good players. And
the young ones.
Yeah, they're coming through. They're coming through the ranks and dangerous.
So some people are hoping they might start creating like an over 60s section there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I've got probably 1 or 2 more years before people that are younger than me start, knocking me out early stages.
So there's going to be a bit of tip-tap-toeing here before one of them decides which way to go. I think someone of John's quality, though, you've just got to be careful every shot he plays because it has a meaning.
I think the shot here is probably to hit the back cushion and knock the yellow and black out. Because then all his balls would be out in the open.
Yep, and John's still got that red on the left-hand cushion there that's tied up at the moment, which can't go anywhere.
He can't back double.
Yep. The only way that red would go is just doubling it into the top right-hand pocket.
Yeah.
But it would be the right time to do it. I'd agree with you there. The longer he leaves it there, the more advantage it is for John.
And John's just going to slowly get all the red balls out.
But I think at the same time, Glenn's probably quite happy slowing it down, which is probably why he's not thinking about opening them up just yet.
Oh, he might even have a clearance on here.
We've got some more scores, later scores at the moment. We've got Warren Falzon from Malta 4, Tom Price from Wales 3. Craig Hart is 4-0 up against Paul Wyatt. And Nishant Barrett is won 7-3 against James Oakey.
Oh, fantastic.
So Nishant's gone through.
Nishant's staying at the same hotel as us, or as me and Partab, so we'll have a bit of a few drinks tonight.
Well, he might be playing tomorrow morning again, you never know.
Yeah, well...
So you might have to be careful.
Yeah, I'm on at 11 tomorrow, so Glenn might have a clearance on here if he puts his red.
Oh, that was close. Heart was in his mouth there. I only saw the last bit, I didn't see the first bit.
So he's putting the yellow in the middle pocket.
Okay. And now that yellow's tight because he can't double that across either at the moment. No. He's got a bit of a problem there. Again, it might be a good time at the moment to actually move that yellow.
Yeah, I think
to put a bit of pressure on John here.
Even if he hits it from the back cushion.
Try and do a long double up and try and cover that red pocket there because that might work in his advantage.
The only thing he's got to hit a cushion as well. After.
Yeah, he's got to be careful here, isn't he?
I think he's playing. Is he playing across top? No, he's doing.
I think he tried to go in the top right-hand pocket there, but the important thing was make sure he hit a cushion.
I think John's got a great chance to get that red out now by putting the top right-hand pocket. Red, and then.
Yeah, he's got the angle for it, hasn't he? He should be on the other one. Because he's got that red in the bottom right-hand pocket that he should be on come what may.
See him put the side on.
That's a great shot.
That's a great shot.
That should give him a lot of confidence now.
Yeah.
Come out perfect, that one.
I can't see John missing this. I don't want to put commentator's curse.
I was going to say, I've already given them a commentator's curse a couple of times. I've had to use the Tipex a couple of times thinking he's got this frame in the bag already.
can't see this going on. John's too good of a player.
I've only played him once in Australia.
Really?
Beat him 3-2.
I remember
One of my few wins, I think. Admittedly, we were both jet lagged, so it was a bit of a
I know John
tiring game.
Since he was probably about 8 or 9 years old. He used to sit on the sidelines, watch us play snooker.
And we've got Govinda Hill. He won 7-3 against Phil Green.
Govinda's going to be a very good player as he grows up. I think he plays for the under-21s at the moment.
Under-23s, then it would be. Yeah. I can safely say it's gone to 5-4 now, I'd say.
If that red goes
Barring a massive kick on this shot here, I think is the only thing that could stop him. So even though he's one frame behind, I'd put him a slight favourite to win at this stage now. That was a big frame for Glenn there.
Yeah, and I think that by John resisting the clearance when he had 3 or 4 balls left on the table, just shows how much fight he's got, you know, and I agree with you. I think he's become favourite now. I'm going to predict that John's going to pot at least 2 balls on this break.
2 balls?
Yeah, at least.
It's going to be a dry break now after that, you know that, don't you?
Yeah, and on this table it's very hard to pot balls as well. What John normally does, he screws straight back. I think Tom Cousins does that as well. But, he's changed
well, to be fair, Tom Cousins has got the best break in the world at the moment, hasn't he?
So he's changed the position of the cue ball, I think.
Ooh, nearly got unlucky twice, but somehow managed to stay out.
It's a dry break.
But yet again, a dry break.
Sorry, John.
You might have to try the cut break soon. I know it's not his normal style, but
no, I think
his break's not working at the moment.
Yeah. He hasn't really left anything on, I don't think.
Probably best you don't predict how many balls he's going to get down next time if you want him to get a ball off the break.
Might even just clip off the red and land behind the same red again, just to. Well, I think is he going for a long yellow?
He's going for it, isn't he? Nowhere near. I think your shot was the wiser one. Just keep it slowing down a bit.
I mean, obviously, I think Glenn knows about John, and he's just trying to get over the line now to try and...
Yeah, looked like he was chasing it there, wasn't he?
Absolutely.
Suddenly, even though he's still 1 frame ahead, he wants to get to that 6 mark quickly. Because the reds are perfect, aren't they? Look at that. I can't see John missing from here, can you? We're not going to give him the kiss of death again, are we?
No. Just needs to work out, really, which is going to be his last ball, really.
Yeah, it's always got to be a bit careful, isn't he?
Yeah, he's going to cannon into the yellow slightly. Oh,
that might have made it a bit tricky if that red doesn't go past that yellow. I still think it might do. I don't think we've got a camera that shows that angle there.
maybe Dan, the cameraman.
He can move around quickly and show us, couldn't he?
Yeah.
He's quite swift, isn't he?
He is swift.
We'll see what Dan does. Still waiting.
must have been that cheese and, chips and battered sausage I saw him having earlier on. Oh, there he is.
There he is. No, that angle doesn't help either.
No. Well, I don't think it
Maybe the overhead one might help.
Yeah, I don't think it goes, otherwise...
He's looking at it, it's tight.
Yeah, John would have played it by now, possibly.
But if it's tight, he probably can't play it with pace.
No, he could always screw back and play it in the same
Yeah.
pocket.
He's not looking at that, is he?
Yeah.
He's just going to stun it there, leave an angle.
Yeah, he must go then. He must slightly go.
Oh, it's a bit too close to the cushion there. That's why I thought he was going to stun it, to be honest, but lost the white a bit there, which makes this shot 3 times as hard as it was initially.
Yeah, not only this shot, it's the next shot, because if you look at the angle where the white ball's going to come through...
Yeah, he's only going to leave himself the red near the black, and that's going
Yeah.
to kiss into the black and loses the white a bit.
Unless he plays it with a bit of pace.
We're assuming he's only got half the pocket here. We don't know.
Is he going to play for this other red on the bottom right-hand side?
Oh, he had
Play
more.
with pace.
I don't know why he looked at it so much. He absolutely nailed it. Prime position there. Even got the choice of all 3 reds, as it turned out. Couldn't have placed the white better.
Well, you say that. I mean, it's still a little bit tricky. I mean, ideally, you'd like to leave the red on the right-hand side last to get onto the black. But
Yeah, but he's got to take it now because that's a bit too thin there.
does he screw back from the middle pocket?
Can't see what the angle is here. Looks a bit straight, doesn't he?
I think he's going to have to hit the cushion as well as he screws back.
If he's straight, it's not too bad. It's just if the white's gone back a little bit too far, then it's a lot harder to get back up to the angle that he needs. He sort of wants to get back that sort of angle that he's at now.
Yeah. I think,
Or the blue spot, as we call it.
Yeah, I think that's what he's looking at possibly as well. That's why I said it was a little bit tricky. I think he's going to try and get the white to the blue spot. Yeah, I think just trickle this in, cannon half ball onto the black and leave black and white near the bottom rail.
Yeah, he's played that well.
Yeah, good shot, John.
Good shot. 5-all.
Yeah, them.
That previous frame was massive in this match, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Because if Glenn managed to get 6-3 up first to 7, he would have felt very comfortable. He just chased it a little bit too much in that frame, I feel.
I think you might see Glenn now trying to go for a finish that's possibly not on, only because he wants to try and cross the line now. Well, it's a best
He
of
would
3.
love a break and dish now, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Christ. So we haven't had many questions lately. Have you had any questions on your phone?
I'll put it on silent. I'll have a look. Oh. But, a request here from shout out to Peterborough's Northern Ireland's number 17th international. He's not really 17th. My good friend Lee McShane. He's come back home on the weekend to see his kids.
Who's the top 16 then, Lee?
Yeah.
So Glenn's managed to get a ball off the break, unlike John the previous frame.
No.
You should have predicted 2 on this one as well.
Yeah. I'm not going to say anything because obviously John is my homeboy and
He's actually potted 3 balls off the break. 2 yellows and a red.
Yes.
So let's have a look at these. Still a little bit of work to be done
Yeah,
here.
on both really.
Yeah,
The yellow and red sort of blocking each other down the bottom.
absolutely. Can't see if that red near the black goes into the middle bag. It certainly goes into the corner, bottom left-hand corner.
And can he play a plant, yellow onto yellow,
Yeah.
and maybe cover the bag and leave the white?
'Cause if the
behind
yellow on the
red?
right-hand side goes into the top right-hand pocket, that's a possibility then.
Yeah. Nice
Oh,
one.
he's got nothing there.
Has he left John a red in the middle?
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. And actually, if he rolls it in, he's got the tricky red, goes into the corner bag as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if he's left that, that's a careless mistake. Not sure though. John doesn't look too excited at this stage.
No, so I think the angle he's going to leave himself after the middle pocket is going to be going away from the red that's on the black spot. That's a good shot. You'll see that John doesn't actually cover the pocket with the ball. He always tries to cover the ball rather than the pocket.
Yeah. Has he always done that, or is it just the last couple of years? Because when we went to Australia on the Lions tour, there was a French player there, Seb Ramier, and he did that all the time. And
Right.
John was there, and he sort of said, "Yep, that's actually a clever idea.
Yeah.
Don't cover the pocket, because it really
Absolutely.
does stop it, and it means that Glenn can't get the pocket back."
That's a good shot.
So what looked like quite an open frame a second ago is becoming a bit of a tactical match here.
Yeah. I mean, John's got one red he needs to take out. Glenn's got the other yellow at the top he needs to take out.
I'd definitely say reds are favourites, because that tied up yellow at the top doesn't go anywhere, whereas
Yeah.
that red, he can pot the other red on the right-hand side, clip off the red that's tied to the yellow, and then free it up at the same time.
When he play a DF here.
Oh, the cross double, that's a great shot. Bit unlucky. If that just carried on a little bit more and he was on both,
He would've- yeah.
he was actually looking at the dish there. He's suddenly gone back into a mega attacking mode now.
And that is John's usual game.
Yeah.
You know, he
Lures you into a bit
yeah.
of safety, and then
Well, he likes to attack. You know, and things like doubles. When you play a double, it's just part of a natural shot for him, rather than thinking, "Oh, I've got a double to play." He incorporates that into his clearance.
yeah. So he's looking to. He can easily double this red, but he's just trying to get onto that bottom red.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's got the angle to screw back onto that yellow.
No.
Is he trying to find that gap between the black and the yellow? That's
Yeah,
tight.
that's what I'm thinking. I mean,
That's tight.
if he
But
doesn't,
he's got a few chances to get to it.
yeah, and if he does, oh, what's he doing?
No,
Oh,
he's
see,
decided against it.
Yeah, it's
Probably the
good.
wise move, to be fair.
Containing again.
He's got a bit between his teeth now, hasn't he? He wants to win this.
But a request for me to sing Elvis on the stream.
Go on then. I'll even go on mute to let you do that. There we go.
That's okay. There you go. That's the end of it.
Live to the nation. Live to the nation, we have Elvis. I think we've got an Elvis impersonator in the hotel.
Is it?
Because there's a massive Rolls Royce outside with Elvis number plate on it.
Oh, I'll have to meet
Unless
him.
it's the real Elvis.
Oh, it could be. You never know.
To be fair, when you got out of the car, he really didn't look like Elvis, though.
Right, so what does Glenn do here? I mean, he can always he can back double the yellow. That's on this cushion towards the red and yellow that's tied up.
That would be the only shot, really, isn't it? He's got to get something up there because at the moment that would be a good shot. Because if he takes the pocket, he's in a good position there.
Yeah, I mean, the only way he's going to do that is having to either pot this ball or cut the yellow that's on the cushion.
He's got the angle now, I think.
To the left-hand side.
Don't think he'd get a double kiss. He's going to lose the white a bit, so he's just got to hope the white doesn't go in off.
White.
Shouldn't do
Chance to
that.
go in the middle pocket, left-hand middle, off the two.
He's played the
Oh,
shot. He's played it very well.
yeah, that's what's suggested. Oh,
Oh, a bit unlucky there, but still in a
Yeah.
far better position there.
Yeah.
He's got John thinking now.
yeah. I don't think the red goes in off the red either now.
No, he stopped that, hasn't he? He can probably manoeuvre it to take the pocket back, which is what he's looking at now. But again, it's not easy from where he's at. He might have to pot the red over the middle bag first to get a better angle, which is what he's looking to do.
But knowing John, I wonder if he's still going for the clearance. No. I thought he might go a little bit higher on the red and go for the red in the middle on the right hand side and cannon into them.
Yeah, because it could actually cannon off the yellow into the pocket, but we can't quite tell from this angle. Looks like Tom Cousins has just won his match 7-0.
He's on fire, isn't he?
He is on fire.
And there it is. Whoa.
Stay up there, that's perfect. If that dropped, that would have been awkward for him. But Tom Price lost 7-3. So good news and bad news for you Wales fans listening.
So he's going to get, I think the red squeezes past this bottom yellow.
And Gorrid O'Gorman, you were through to the next round on a walk.
It's probably just where he's looking at now. Will be hopefully just a roll in into the middle pocket to land. Yeah, that's nice.
That's perfect. Yeah, because when Glenn potted that ball in the bottom right-hand pocket, he's actually opened that pocket for the red now, hasn't he?
Yeah. He's just come
Yeah.
probably half an inch too far.
He's worried about kissing into the black,
Yeah.
isn't he?
Yeah, so he's probably going to play the red thicker into the pocket rather than thinner. So
Which gives it an extra degree of
Yeah.
difficulty at the same time.
Like there. See,
Oh,
And
exactly.
that's what he's done. He's
Yeah.
tried to play it thicker.
So respite for Glenn, and actually all his balls are there.
He needs to take these out if he's going to beat John now. It's best of 3.
Now let's see if he opts to get position on that yellow in the same pocket he's potting the current yellow or into the middle bag.
Good kiss.
Oh, that was risky. To be fair, he didn't need to do that.
No.
All he had to do was just roll it gently and go for the yellow in the left middle bag. He just had a little bit of adrenaline there.
Yeah, and I think that's what it is, knowing that I've got a chance to go 6-5 up.
Yeah.
I need to, I need to pot a ball. It looks like it's a total as well.
Yeah, that's what you call an unforced error, isn't it? Hindsight's a beautiful thing in this game.
Yeah.
We all do it. Me more than most.
What do you do here? I mean, you could just try and come off the cushion and land on the yellow. Snookering John on this bottom red.
Yeah, it's a touch shot, isn't it? It's a low percentage shot.
What else do you do?
But yeah, it's...
I mean, if he comes off the two...
Or maybe try and hit a bit firmer,
cushions,
get the white back up the top here, but then he still leaves him a shot on the red if need
maybe
be.
you can see it.
Oh, you can see a bit.
Must be able to see it.
Oh, could this be a worldy thin cut into the top left-hand? I think the white would go flying off the table if you tried that.
You could do it on the one of them games you get.
Yeah, computer games would be okay, wouldn't it? That's pretty good.
John looking at squeezing the red in between the two yellows.
Without going in off as well, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think he's going for your shot here. I think he's looking to hit the draw of the middle bag. Oh, he's hit. Oh, it flew in. You never saw that coming.
No.
Didn't even think that was possible looking at that. Yeah, I thought we'd go for a double as well there, Ryan. Perfect shot for you, isn't it? That's the Jersey way of playing it. A few little doubles, finish it in style. Or a few cocktack doubles.
Can John see any of it?
No, I think he's total snookered there. He's going to try and cushion first and double it into the corner bag or top bag.
Yeah, I mean, there's no value in just coming off the back cushion and hitting the red, because Glenn just comes off the two cushions, hits the top two yellow, and
Then he's snookered back again, isn't he? Yeah.
And the two yellows at the top is a huge area.
He's really unlucky that went straight in, because it didn't look like that was going to go straight in. Are any of my Belgian friends still watching the stream at the moment, or have they all gone to bed? I can see our cameraman panicking. I'm going to start speaking in French again, I reckon. Yeah, he's going for the double into the corner bag here. He's umming and ahhing, isn't he? Oh, how's he got away with that? How's your luck? Well, he's put it a little bit difficult. I don't know if he can get past to see the easy ones first. It looks like he can, actually. So it should actually go 6-5 now to Glenn. That'll make an interesting finish then if Glenn gets to the hill. C'est bien de voir que tu regardes tout le temps, Fabrice. T'as regardé toute la semaine, on dirait, toi?
French, was it?
That was, yes, that was French, yes. For the thousands of French people watching over in Belgium and France at the moment. Yes, Dan. It wasn't as thin as it was then in the middle bag, so, yep. I can safely say this is going to go 6-5 to Glenn Pilkington. This would be a massive victory for him if he manages to get across the line.
John will not be happy.
No. You're going to give him some coaching lessons when you get back if he loses.
Oh, he's missed.
Oof.
He's missed.
That was a proper tweak there. But he's got away with it.
He has got away with it.
That black could have gone the other side and left an easy red down the cushion.
Now what do you do? Do you snooker?
Do you snooker or do you go for a double? Absolutely.
Or a cocktail?
It's probably more a cocktail double, isn't it? Oh, we've got some more scores here in the meantime. N. McMahon of Australia won 7-1 against Scott Reagan. Craig Lauder won 7-3 against Aquilina of Malta. The Australians are doing well because Daniel Thorpe won 7-4 against M. Larani of Morocco. Chris Pan beat Alan Scott 7-6. And I'll leave it at that. I'm not falling for that one, Dan. What do you go for then?
I think I'd probably go for the snooker.
Oh, because there's a chance he could go in off. That black's not over the bag. He's still left with a tricky shot if he does hit it, but the double doesn't look easy, not even the cocktail double. He's on your phone, doesn't mean he lost 7-6.
Yeah, he's played the snooker.
Okay, I'll say it then. So Chris Pan won 7-6, but his dad Peter Pan lost 7-6. There you have it, guys.
So,
right.
Two cushion.
Try and just nudge behind it, or always going for the longer one to try and pot it.
Yeah, I think you've got to do that.
I don't know, just making sure you if you leave it Chinese, okay, you leave him the shot there. There's a bit of a gap there to just come off two cushions there and just nudge behind it without going in off, I reckon. But that's quite hard.
That's two shots to John.
No.
No, oh, he's played a
But
great shot.
if it had just gone on an extra inch, that would have been an even better shot.
Yeah.
Had he been Chinese, but... Joe O'Connor won 7-1. Steve Mitchell won 7-4 against Stephen Hubbard. Big shot here for John. At 5-all, this is a massive shot in the match.
The thing is, how hard do you hit it? He's missed.
Oh, he's missed it. Just hit the draw on the middle bag. So 6-5 to Glenn. It's given him the frame.
John will be fuming with himself at this moment in time.
Well, no one's predicted this scoreline. Everyone was going for 7-2, 7-3 for John.
Yeah, including myself.
And myself.
I even gave odds at 2-1.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Did anyone take you on?
Yeah, well, I tried to part out because he's taken a fiver off me at previous bet, and I'm trying to get that back from him. That's a monster break.
Finally.
Finally.
That's because you didn't say anything before the break. You've learnt.
Right, come on then, John. Reds, obviously.
Oh, I just missed that. Apparently Colorals are offering 60-1 for a break and dish, but it's just too quick on that one. And then a dry dish, but... Dan will have a pint on John winning.
I'll buy Dan a pint. He's looking after my
Q case, the monster
my Q
case.
Tripod.
Is there not a security guard next to it as well?
Right, here we go. Long red.
Can't afford to make any more mistakes now, though, can he? Well, he has got the safety net of that red over the bottom bag. Oh, that's a little bit too much angle.
I think he's played that deliberately. No, he hasn't gone for the pot.
He has, but Glenn here can manoeuvre it himself.
Just want to give a shout out to all my India teammates. Good team spirit.
Hopefully they're listening to you.
Yeah, I hope so. I think they're more interested in having a bit of a relaxation time today. A little bit of a
See, my Belgian
friendly game of
teammates are
poker.
following me from Belgium at the moment.
Are they?
It's only fair your Indian ones do. Thought Sean Baker was going to join the commentary there for a minute. So I don't think Glenn's really achieved much there by putting that yellow down there. I'm not quite sure what he's trying to do.
I think he's just trying to prevent John from clearing up. Maybe thinks if John's going to try and go for him, capitalise on his mistakes. Since the streaming has become quite popular, my nephew in Doncaster,
Yeah.
Mickey, he is quite a regular follower.
Has he?
Yeah, he
What,
loves
BF
it.
Productions?
Yeah, absolutely, he loves it, you know, and absolutely great quality streaming.
I'm hoping he's watching now that you're commentating on here.
Well, I might just text him and say,
Yeah, you got to. Give him a big up. So I think there could be a fair bit of time left in this frame before it finishes, but I think we'd all love to see a decider, even the neutrals. I know you're on John's corner at the moment, but I think every neutral would probably like to see a decider.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And the organisers here don't mind what time it finishes in the evening, so everyone's happy. Dan's definitely looking for a beer here at the moment. So Spencer Jones is 5-4 up against Stuart McGill. We're both replying to messages at the moment, so let's see what's going on the table. Brilliant commentary here at the moment. Nice and silent. Just let you guys enjoy these few shots. So John's definitely going for a bit of safety here at the moment. What's a skill shot, Ryan?
Yeah, Partab's just texted me, he said, what's the score? I should have had that bet.
Yeah, absolutely.
The score is 6-5 to Glenn.
Why did he bottle out, though? I can't imagine Partab bottling out of a bet like that. Disappointing with you, Partab. And Scott Kennedy just won 7-6 against Jella.
7-6?
Yep. So Jella's out. Dom Cooney won 7-2.
Yeah, my nephew Mickey, he just texts back and it said "bruh," which is what we Indians do. Like, he's put "well done, Mom, with you," which means uncle. So no problem there.
Good shout out there then.
He's a lovely guy and a top player as well.
Now that Steve's done a bit of commentary now, you'll probably hear him doing loads of commentary over the weekend now. As soon as you do it once, they start asking you left, right and centre. Luke Gilbert won 7-5. M. Farabi won 7-3 against Ben Lewis. James Feely won 7-4. Jack Phillips of Australia is currently 3-all against Harry Clayton. And who's on the table now?
It's John. I wonder if he's thinking about clearance somehow. No, I don't know if you can see the red.
Does that red double into the middle bag? Can you see enough of it?
No,
Because if it does, all the reds go.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking about. I don't think you can see. No, he's looking. I don't think you can see enough of it. No, you definitely can't.
Ryan. Yeah, opening his red up. I think Glenn's got no option here but just to tie up that red in the top right hand corner, when you say, with that yellow.
Yeah. The thing with that is, though, that John would be able to play
Plant
in a
it.
plant.
Yeah, he's got a plant as well, yeah. But he's not in a good position at the moment.
No. So 6-6.
Unless he
Looks
can
like
nudge that yellow past the red and change them around so he gets that pocket. That's a possibility.
That's a possibility. I think that's what he's looking at. I mean, if he doesn't get it, it might double kiss and he won't be able to take that pocket. No, he's
played it well.
I mean, John can just knock him in, really, I think, if he can knock him in and...
Little DF here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And just snooker him behind, or just screw back a few inches
just got
behind
to be careful
the
of his shirt there.
Yeah. If you can screw back, if not, just leave it there. Yeah. John won't mind that.
I thought so, Ryan.
Is that going to be 2 shots? That's 2 shots. He hasn't hit the cushion.
Wow. What a time to do that.
I think John might be... Is he going to play the red off the yellow in the middle pocket? Yeah. Just to free off the red next to the yellow.
Night, Ryan. Thanks for listening. Spread the news.
That's a lovely shot.
Yeah. Looks like decider on the cards here.
Yeah. Just a stun. Plant.
Just got to make sure it doesn't just go behind that yellow.
I can't see it because...
No, he's played it well. He's played it well.
I think he's going to play the same one again, maybe.
Yes, he's going to spin off 2 cushions here with the middle bag. He's got options here, hasn't he? It's whatever he feels most comfortable. He's probably got too many options. Yeah, he's going for the same one as you said.
Yeah. Let's come back in the middle of the table.
Played it lovely.
Little screw back.
Screw across, yeah.
Black in the bottom.
Left-hand corner.
Yeah. 6-6 with it'll be Glenn to break.
Glenn to break, so Glenn would be oh,
Well,
did
John
not see that coming.
No. Well, he's a bit.
That was a jabby shot.
Yeah, didn't want to screw it towards the middle pocket, really. I mean, he's still got 2 shots.
Good point. Who needs 2 shots, though? Who needs them?
Right, 6-6. This is
All right.
what we was waiting for.
Let's see what the world champion, ex-world champion, does on this one.
I mean, fair play to Glenn. He's played really well.
He has. He'll enjoy watching this back on YouTube afterwards, I think.
Yeah.
Hopefully enjoy the commentary as well.
Yeah, I hope so. We've not said anything negative about him.
Absolutely. Well, you'll see him at the next event, so you've got to be careful, haven't you?
I'll say a few more nice things about him. He might get me a pint, man.
Of all the times to do a dry break on the deciding frame, I think that's what all a player asks in a deciding frame, is just to have a shot, isn't it?
Shot. Right, looks like. Right. Looks like he might be taking on a 3-ball plant.
Yep, it's definitely looking at that. And let's have a look at where the other reds are. Yeah, they all go, don't they?
They all go.
The one on the right-hand side. So we just saw a flashing light on our screen, so we're not sure what that is, but
Yeah.
never mind. Doesn't matter. Oh, nowhere near.
I think what he tried to do is hit the red on the inside of the cushion and the yellow, and the momentum would take it and pot the red in the middle.
Yeah, you just got to make sure you get the ball in there first. Make sure you're on the reds.
The reds are all there.
That was a bad mistake at 6-all, that was.
This is all for Glenn's taking now.
Wow. Well, whoever's going to lose this match is going to be very disappointed, because they've both had a good chance to win there, haven't they?
Both had a chance. I mean,
now it's Glenn's chance, though.
Glenn's drive broke. John had a chance, albeit not a brilliant chance, but still a chance. And now Glenn.
He's perfectly placed for the cross double here as well. I'd be quite tempted to get that cross double in now, because he's in such a good position for it.
Unless this red was obstructing it.
Didn't look like it was, though, to be fair. Because then he could have left himself perfect position on that bottom red as we see it on the screen.
That red might come back to haunt him then.
Depending how this plant goes, it could be a big pocket in the middle bag for that red to go down the cushion as well. He's got options. They're all there. Just got to keep his nerve.
The only other thing it could do, if it's the wrong part of the red he's trying to knock in, the 2 reds could be tied up together as well.
Yeah. You've got the live stream, decider. The fact Blackpool appears to be going through a heat wave when you're in that room at the moment. So fantastic work from Beard Productions, who have been on there for probably about 16 hours again today in this heat.
Don't know how they do it.
No.
So if this red goes, it's going to be a great chance for Glenn. He's just going to hold his nerve now.
Absolutely. And get rid of these 3 reds, go back to the top one, and position on the black is guaranteed, isn't it?
But under these conditions, the white ball's near the cushion.
This shot's not easy.
This shot is not easy. I mean, the only
Well,
saving
he's looking at the
grace
plant.
he's got.
He's looking at the plant here.
Right.
So it doesn't look like it does go. But as long as he covers the pocket. Oh, he's digging in as well. Trying to kiss into the yellow to stay on it.
Where's his first red going to go?
Oh,
dear.
Dear, dear, dear. Didn't play that well at all. Lost the cue ball completely
I think
there.
he concentrated so much on the plan.
He decelled on it a bit though, didn't he?
De-accelerated, yeah, absolutely. I think you've got to put John strong favourite now.
Yeah. He needs to try and come out the double and maybe put the red in the middle bag. I don't see any benefit of doing a DF here, do you? Because all the yellows go.
Yeah. Well done. I mean, John's under a bit of pressure as well. I mean, do you fancy him to get them as well? I would say. I've got to say.
Absolutely. But then I fancied him to dish up straight away on reds. Stranger things have happened. He's got to give this a bit of a go. Oh, has he got the luck? Oh, he was unlucky. Well,
John,
he would have been very lucky had it gone in, to be fair.
Yeah. This is your chance if you don't get them now.
New favourite now. Easy starter, yellow. They're all there.
That's what you want, is an easy starter. And 8 shots, that's all.
And then it'll be 9-night from me.
And 9-night from him. What will be going through John's mind now, do you think? Is he thinking,
Just,
trickle him in, make it easy?
yeah, avoid any unforced errors. Just find the easiest route which can limit the mistakes. So I think he'll have that in his head, because there have been a few uncharacteristic mistakes by John in this match. But yet shows the class of the man that he's now still favourite to win. So if you can get through these rounds with your B and C game and start building during the tournament,
yeah,
he'll still be one favoured to win the tournament.
John's no stranger to this type of environment and scoreline.
Definitely not.
No, so he knows what it takes. Yeah, I can see him. He's striking the ball well now. You can see the confidence in that strike.
Still got a little bit of work to be done though.
Yeah.
It's not as if they're all just sitting pretty here.
I wouldn't fancy taking the plant on now.
No, because you could draw it. And if you do, you leave that red into the other bag.
Thing is, has he got another choice? Or?
Could try and get better position with the screw the red and the yellow on the right hand side and try and get closer to that plant to make it easier. Because it looks like he's got a slight angle.
He has got a slight angle. If he was going to do anything, he'd want to be on the left-hand side cushion so he can pop the
that would be ideal, wouldn't it, if you can get across. No, he's going for it.
He's going for
This
it.
is a big shot. This can go wrong. It definitely can go wrong. I can see it hitting the left-hand jaw there.
I think what he's...
I reckon he's going to rattle this.
I'm going to say he's not.
That's a great shot. It may look simple, but it was a great shot.
Yeah, under the circumstances.
Don't think he planned that at all, though. But he's okay, but again.
I think he's just caught it a little bit thicker than what he wanted to.
Little soft screw should be okay. Yeah. I think he can go through the gap. No, he's looking to kiss into it.
Yeah. I think
so again,
he's going to screw into it, but screw just...
It still gives a ray of hope for Glyn at this stage, I would say.
Well, he's looking at if he hits it thicker, does he hit it full ball off the cushion and then towards the middle pocket?
Yeah. These can go wrong, though.
I think I'd be tempted just to screw. And
look at the angle we got here. Looks like you could do a little soft, deep screw and actually go through the gap. If you can avoid any kisses, it's always the best way to do it. Right, let's see.
Got a text here from Lee McShane saying, same old story, his name gets him through.
Hasn't got there yet.
He hasn't got there yet.
Because that's stuck to, it's just off the cushion. If it was on the cushion, it would have been easier. But I still fancy him to get this.
Yeah. Put a bit of side on there.
Yeah, all done.
And there you have
There you go, 7-6 John Rowe. Thank you very much, guys. I hope you enjoyed the beard productions for the whole of today. And tomorrow, starting, I'm guessing, at 9 o'clock in the morning, you've got a whole day of Masters action coming along. Steve, thank you very much for commentating with myself and making it a bit more exciting than it was when I was on my own, because no one else wanted to.
Yeah, thank you.
And we'll do it again one day.
Nice one. Take care. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone. Bonne nuit tout le monde.